Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How's Zulu dropping today? We are back in Barrowholm. What are we doing back in Barrowholm? So, a bit of an explanation for those who missed last stream. We started last stream by testing ourselves against the Ascended version of Mogdrogen up in Aurora Peaks. And after that, I was going to continue the Ashes of Malmuth content, and, you know, after fighting a super boss, everything else is going to feel a little too easy. So I decided, let's amp up the difficulty a little bit, went to the Ascension Altar, pumped it full of materials, and started going through the Ashes of Malmuth content. We were already partway through the Barrowholm questline, and after we completed the Barrowholm questline, I decided to test myself against Ravager. Little did I realize that the Ascension Altar modifies everything. Now, super bosses are not affected by Ascendant difficulty. That stays the same. What doesn't stay the same is the Ascension Altar modifiers. Those will affect super bosses. So when I fought Ravager last time, I mean, I beat him, but I was making things way harder on myself than they needed to be, because he was affected by all of the modifiers that I placed on the Ascension Altar. Now, if I had the health bars turned on, or rather enemy health numbers, I would have realized that, because I know how much health he's supposed to have. But I didn't, so I fought him the hard way, beat him, but I want to see what it feels like when an intelligent, reasonable person who pays attention to what they're doing actually fights him. So I'm gonna be fighting him again, just to try. We already know we can do it. Last time it took me like 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes of kiting to get him down. We had to kite because I chose the version that basically doesn't give you a choice, spawns wraiths everywhere that sunder you. I also feel like the sunder maybe scales with the Ascension Altar, because according to Grim Tools, the wraiths that Ravager summons are only supposed to sunder us for like 65% damage amplification. We were getting hit for 110% sunder, which just doesn't seem fair, does it? So we're going to give it a new try and see how that goes. Hang on a minute, something's not working right. Just a moment. My chat interface is freaking out. Just a second. I'm gonna have to click this button over here. And it's still not cooperating. Why not? Huh, okay, I'm gonna have to reset something. Oh, this is working fine. Apologies for the technical difficulties. This is not working. Why are you not working? There we go. This goes up here. And then I click on it. Always on top. Make unclickable. Okay, everything is fine now. Except for the fact that I can't move. Okay, can I maybe TP somewhere? Does it fix that? Yeah, it does. Okay, that is a weird bug. Alright, back to it. My apologies. So, let's give this guy a try. I should probably move the portal somewhere else so I don't run into it by accident. Drink our potion. Piss him off again. However, still alive. You cannot end me any more than you could stop the skies or still the seas. I am Ravager, I am eternal. We'll see about that. Okay, that's our doggos. Come here. Get him away from the wraith. Nope, that didn't work. Let me check. Now it's a 91% sunder. It's still higher than Grim Tools shows. Okay, lure him away. Come here. Come here, sweetie. Okay, another wraith. Up here, behind the trees. He's probably fighting my dogs. Okay, these wraiths are gone. Okay, that was the starting one. Come here. Stop spazzing out. Another wraith. Yeah, keep sundering my dogs. I'm fine with that. Okay, down here we go. Move it. Wasting time. Okay, these wraiths are gone. Your soul is mine. Yeah, he's almost done. Why am I not life-stealing all of a sudden? So much easier. I mean, it still took a while, but yeah. Easy peasy. Also, off-stream, I decided to do a few runs of Better Nath. As I said, I wanted to get some of those potions. A few findings. So firstly, his farming route is pretty efficient in terms of aspects of Better Nath and Frozen Aster. There's a number of Frozen Aster spots on the way to him. There's also several totem spawns possible, which got me another few pieces of the Apocalypton set. Also, I dropped the Prodromus legendary, so he does have a legendary of his own. I just wasn't getting lucky. And when it comes to his potion modifiers, I only found this one, Amplicorum. This is currently showing the highest power version of it if I put it on my energy potion. So this total damage modifier, all of this should basically be cut in half for a normal potion. It's interesting, definitely not something that I would be using against super bosses because the total damage taken increase is suicidal. But if you have a super tank, maybe you can afford this, or if you're just not interested in super bosses, this could be an interesting boost to your clear speed. But one thing that I realized, or found out the hard way, Better Nath has a number of these potion modifiers that he can drop. They do not disappear from the loot table if you've already found it. So this is the only new one I found. I also found Potentis, which is the one I already had, 6 times over the course of 30 runs. I found 6 times the one that I already have and then this one. So there's still 2 more potion modifiers that I'm missing, but fuck me if I'm gonna be farming them. I think I'm just gonna wait for them to drop naturally. Also, it seems like they can drop elsewhere. At least Grim Tools claims that they can also be random drops. So maybe we can find them in the Shattered Realm sometime, and I won't have to keep running Better Nath repeatedly. But he is very good for dropping aspects of Better Nath, which, I mean, makes sense, right? I also found the Horn, his legendary monster infrequent. Better Nath's Void-Lost Horn. Horn of Better Nath, gruesomely twisted by the corrupting grip of the Void. The moment you pick it up, you get a new quest. Heights of the Aurora. Search for a ritual site in the Aurora Peaks. Now, I already know what this is, so I'm gonna go there. I just wanted to complete it on stream. So you have to go to the roof, the highest level. Even though it tells you to search for it in Aurora Peaks, it means the Aurora Pinnacle. Aurora Peaks is the Rift Gates. Down here is Aurora Peaks, but you have to go to the later one, I mean. And the location that we're looking for is in here. Now, In order to access it, you need one of those magma orbs that you can craft, or magma spheres that you can craft at the altar in the Black Citadel. Otherwise it won't open. So when I go down here, this is normally barred by ice, but we've already broken through it. So I didn't do it on stream. There's our orb. I'm gonna clear the followers. There may be a new lore node that I missed. Oh, Rune Song, there is. This one also didn't drop before, so that was bugged. I might have to re-explore this later then on the next character that I'm playing, because who knows how many more lore nodes failed to drop. I also have a lore node that I gained during the Lokar secret quest that I overlooked, so I'm gonna read that one as well. It's not a long one. You are not welcome. Your persistence amuses me, mortal. You perceive yourself a gladiator in the arena of life, violently clawing your way above the throngs of mediocrity. But here in my realm, you are just another fool seeking a prize you consider yourself worthy of. In the end, such greed is the root of all evil. Har har. That is the thing that we needed to kill to gain access to Lokar. Flourishing in the wake of blood. I guess this is supposed to be a hint to the fact that the Lokar fight is hidden inside a hidden area. So like it's a secret behind a secret. There is a wake of blood. There is a river of blood that's leading to the place where Lokar is. And you have to fight the root of all evil there. So I guess this is supposed to be a hint that I missed when I was getting there. And this rune song. The text is written in crude scribbles that resemble human writing. It is quite old. It's probably written by the Hronak, I would guess. With our blades raised, the stones sing their creation song. With our voices low, the song seeps into the soil. The land welcomes our rune song, for it knows us and responds in kind. Its voice is in the blooms of the gentle aster shifting in the wind. It is in the cry of the wolf, calling its pack in the night. It is in the rushing rivers, delivering Asterkarn's lifeblood to soil beyond sight. We shut our eyes so that we may better hear this melody. In it we hear the land flourish, and we hear its pleas. Where darkness festers, where rot and decay have taken hold, there we must bring scythe to the weeds, that the land may heal, that our duty be complete. So this is probably written by the Hronak. I'm guessing, since they're talking about the rot and decay that has taken hold in the land, I'm guessing they went to cleanse it, and some of them got corrupted by it, except for the Noctukari. So I'm gonna ship all of this home. Some of these items will be going into the stash. I made a point of farming 2 of these horns, because I'm not sure if this quest completes without me transforming one of these, and I need one of them for the next character. So I should probably check which one is better rolled. This one seems better. Yeah, the casting speed is good on both. Yeah. So if I'm going to be transforming one, I need to make sure to drop one of them. Ruined Orb. Familiar orb looms before you. Noctukari had a similar device in his lair. Oh, so I wonder if this text would even be appearing, if I would be able to interact with this if I didn't find Noctukari. It thrums with hidden potential, its glow intensifying when Baroneth's horn nears it. Okay, so I have to place it in here. So I'm gonna drop the one horn that I want to keep, which is this one. And I'm gonna insert this. Insert the horn into the orb. Quest complete. And what happened? Oh no, I got it back. So you just need it for activation. And now I can... Not only do I get these, like awakened weapons, which we already know of. Those were available from the Noctukari orb as well. Does this guy transform materials? Yeah, he does. So he functions the same way as Noctukari's orb, but he also allows us to transform this horn. And there are 3 versions of the Celestial Horn. One is for fire, one for cold, and one for lightning. So this cold one gives us Cold Shadow Strike, fully converted Cold Trust and Sky Shard, and Spectral Wrath resistance reduction. This one, the lightning one, gives us Lightning Vindictive Flame, Heal, an Energy Regen of Stormcaller's Pact, and Lightning Flames of Ignafar. That's cool. This might be one of the few, if not the only way to get Lightning Flames of Ignifar natively without global conversion. And Baroness Celestial Horn number 3 for fire is Fire Field Command, Fireblade Arc. Oh, that's cool. There is a conduit for Fireblade Arc on the soldier, but having more support for it is always welcome. Because you didn't really have a good weapon to use with it, you didn't have a lot of stuff for that build. And now you do. And also Fire Strike. Chance on attack to reduce the cooldown of Blade Arc. Oh, so they want us to be playing a Fire Commando using Fire Strike as the main attack and Blade Arc in its cooldown version. So this will be a burn build for Blade Arc. That's neat. That's very neat. I'm not going to transform any of these now, because I don't currently have plans for these, but I do have plans for this one. Who knows, maybe I decide to dual wield it, but probably not. So I'm gonna toss this into my stash. And we have one more god to kill. We still haven't fought Callagadra. But before I do, I feel like throughout this playthrough, I've referenced a number of times my Conjurer, my Beast Collar Conjurer. I feel like I shouldn't just be referencing a nebulous build that doesn't exist, right? You should probably at least like see what I'm talking about. I did post a link to it last time in chat, but you know, easy to miss. So this is probably gonna stay here. Do I even want the Ravager head? Why not? This I want to save for a future build, potentially. This will go there too, but I do still have space. This can go. This is a double rare. I want to save that. This is the shoulders from Prodromos. I also have plans for this. Apocalypton cannot be crafted, so I need to save every piece I find. So we now have shoulders, helmet, amulet, and chest. So I have one full set of Apocalypton. This 3 body armors is probably unnecessary, but whatever. So this goes here. Where do I put the meat? Didn't I have a... I do have a spot for it. Oh, and I'm gonna use the Amplicorum potion modifier. Not gonna use it on this character, but if I have somebody sturdier, might be an option. So while the Ravager fight is fresh in our mind, since I just beat him again, I'm just gonna quickly swap characters just for a moment. I take my Beast Collar. It's gonna take a little time to load all the characters because everything you scroll past has to load in the game. There we go. Should also check real quick. Oh, YouTube is again reporting no data at 10 minutes ago for some reason. Okay, so there's our Beast Collar. We are also playing Ascendant difficulty. I'm just gonna go back to Barrowholm, slap Ravager up around for a little bit. For context, this is one of the strongest builds that I've made in the past, like pre 9.8. So, you know, this isn't like the standard performance of every build I make. This is an exception more than the rule. This is the Ravager of Flesh, probably the easiest one, I would say. Okay, so we just curse him, and we just stand around while he dies. Our pets are taking a bit of a beating because they are standing in everything, but it really doesn't concern us. He is killing my pets fairly handily, I must say. So, good on him. Now that he enraged, especially. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could manage my pets a little bit, make sure they don't stand in everything, but it's really not necessary. Oh, suddenly I'm running out of pets. And he's dead. Yeah, so pretty easy. At least for this character. It's not an easy boss, but yeah, if you just have pets doing everything for you, no wonder. So that's that one. Now, back to our buddy here. I do want to fight Callagadra, but... I might leave it for either the end of the stream, depending on how far we make it, or for the start of next stream, because I'm expecting to be able to beat Ashes of Malmuth in their entirety today. And after that, all that's left to do is basically, unless I want to do the secret quest for Crate and the secret quest in Fangs, I'm basically done with everything other than endgame testing. So that would mean Shattered Realm and Crucible if I feel like it. I usually don't. So that would be a whole session of basically endgame testing, and, you know, why not bundle Callagadra into that group? Seems reasonable. So depending on how quickly I progress, either I do Callagadra at the tail end of this stream or first thing next stream. I also kind of blew through a crap load of my Celestial Essences to even summon Callagadra, so... probably schedule it in a way where if I start it, I'm guaranteed to finish it. So if I do it at the tail end of the stream and it's not going well, I don't feel like quitting out and missing out on the essence, so it's probably best if I do it start of next stream. Also, the shenanigans with the Ascension Altar kind of explain why I got killed by the Dread last time, because it was fully ramped up. Which reminds me, I should probably go back to the Ascension Altar and ramp up my material drop rates. Let's do that. So, quick hop over to Kernholt. I'm not gonna go full on, because then if I do get the Dread, which I do want to fight, I end up getting blasted for no reason. Is the Dread currently released or no? It's released, okay. So what do we put in here? Tempest Totems are nice. I'm still not sure what this damage to minions and health to minions means. I'm hoping it means it only affects the stuff summoned by the totems, but there's no descriptor for minions anywhere. Roguelike spoils we don't care about. Soul Fragments and Echoes we do care about a lot. Reputation doesn't matter. Double rares don't matter, really. I maybe just take some iron bits, because I have spent a lot of money on this character. Void Marked Chest is probably better. Yeah, I can make money otherwise, but Void Marked Chests are lucrative. So let's do that. Hop back over to... I shouldn't use the portal, I should walk. Because I have a portal here. There we go. There is a little hidden thing here, along the water's edge. I wonder how the increased chance of Void Marked Chest works. If I've already spawned the containers in an area, will they change retroactively or no? Probably not, right? That's usually not how the game works. Anything that has already been loaded will not be modified. I do once again make it harder on myself if the Dread spawns, because I've now beefed it up a lot. But hey, we welcome the challenge. We do know that we can kill it under normal conditions. Ah, it's nice. Give me all of those ashes. Now, we haven't made contact with the Mammoth resistance. Yeah, we haven't. So there is one area in here that is hidden behind, well, hidden. It requires dynamite to open up. And in there is a whole bunch of these ethereal vanguard, including a boss. I'm going to leave that area behind for now. Because until you have completed the first quest for the allied faction in this area, you are not gaining any reputation with them by killing these enemies. And I do not actually need their augments, but I do want to like max out all of my reputations for this character. Since we're doing a 100% playthrough, might as well. I probably don't need to do this because I have the 200% reputation gain bonus from the merits, but just in case, it helps. I also looked into the Alice quest line, the girl that is the daughter of, I think, Katrin or whatever her name was, the woman that was in Port Valbury in the dungeon, in the cellar, who then went to look for her daughter. I knew that there is somebody who gives you more details about the daughter or where they saw her, and I couldn't figure out who it was. I thought it was somebody in the Coven of Ugdenborg. That wasn't the case, so I looked it up, and it was supposed to be a guy, I think, like Garrett or something like that, in the Conclave of the Three. So I went there last time, and he wasn't there. That's what happens when you break sequencing and go into Ashes of Melmoth last instead of Forgotten Gods. He only appears after I find Katrin's body in this expansion. He will then appear in the Conclave of the Three after the fact. So I was there too early. That was the problem. So the area that we are not going to be going into is this place. Hidden behind dynamite. Well, hidden behind a rockfall that needs to be cleared by dynamite, I should say. Okay, amping up these chest drops is very handy. Already 9 Ashes of Awakening. 4 Soul Echoes. This is... oh yeah. That's it, nice. Who would have thought that just basic chests would be such a good place to look for super rare materials? It's a good design decision. Now you have all the more reason to explore every nook and cranny, which the game is already rewarding you for. So it's not just about hunting bosses. Now across the Circuity Bridge. Ah, there's the Dread, which is fully amped up, so hopefully we don't get one shot. I should direct my hounds elsewhere. Okay, that's the pool. Now the issue is I don't really have a lot of cleared space. So if I start running off into the distance, I'm kind of luring more enemies into this. Not gonna risk the claw. I think that's what one-shot me last time. Are you stuck? These big fatties aren't in and of themselves dangerous, but they have an aura that reduces your max health. And I really can't afford to have my health drop against this thing. Yeah, it still kills me. God damn it. The damage is so inconsistent though. It's strange, because sometimes I can tank it no problem. Maybe it's the lack of damage reduction. Sometimes it drops off. I'll get you next time. That may be a lie. Oh, my rift case is all the way back here. It's funny that I can kill the Ravager, but the Dread kills me. I guess the part of the problem with the Dread is you only get one try before it disappears. I did have to try Ravager twice before I killed him. Last time when he was ramped up by the altar. It's also possible that the Dread counts as a minion, because if you apply the modifier onto the altar that increases the Dread's spawn rate, it specifically says that it boosts minions. And why would it say that it boosts minions if the Dread is not affected by it, right? It's probably counted as a minion for some reason. I don't know if minions means like summoned stuff or what it is. Just a second. Okay, this is working. Rot Regurgitator, one of those guns for Whale Walker. Should probably save some of those, because I do want to build like that in the future, but if it's not double rare, I'm gonna run out of space if I save every item that looks promising. In fact, I already am running out of space. It's an arcane, as per usual. Kill that first. I went onto Grim Tools to just have a look at the various health numbers of the super bosses and celestials and stuff like that. And it is shocking how little health Great actually has. Of course, the problem is that it's constantly nerfing your damage by 70%, so its 5 million health actually lasts way longer. But like, just by the look of the number, it would look like I should be able to destroy it, no problem. But I think this character might have some issues with it. Given that it's full melee and has to face tank all of its debuffs.
You better have a damn good reason to be here, before I assume you're just another ethereal. You're not from Malmouth, though. I'd know. Speak. Why are you here?
Yeah, you would know if you saw a werewolf in Malmouth, right? I've been sent here to help.
Huh? You and what army? The city's been overrun. Our people are scattered, dead, or worse, taken into the fleshworks.
What is this place?
As far as I know, we're the last pocket of free people in our once grand city. Most of us, including myself, are remnants of the city guard. We do our best to survive, mostly by scavenging where the ethereals are thinnest. But those opportunities are quickly becoming few and far between.
The Black Legion is on its way.
The Black Legion? They survived the carnage in the capital? I suppose if anyone was gonna pull through, you could count on the Emperor's finest. How do they plan to get here? The docks are destroyed. Aether fire surrounds us.
The way is secure, we just need a way inside the city.
I don't know what that means, but if it's true, the best way into the city proper would be through the Candle District. The bridge was raised following the attacks, but the controls should still function. If you find a way to lower it, then the Legion can enter.
We'll figure something out. So, now we have Ulgrim in here.
So, this is what's left of the Resistance then. We're going to need the Legion. Wait, did I just say that? Somer must have rubbed off on me.
Wilfer mentioned bridge controls.
Yes, that will suffice to let Creed's troops pour into the city proper. You will have to make your way through the Candle District, a more pleasant name for the city's slums. I don't expect it will be enjoyable. Carve your way through whatever horrors the Ethereals have waiting, and bring down that bridge. In the meantime, I'll try to get what information I can out of these people. Figure out what we're dealing with.
I'll make sure the bridge is lowered.
If you're serious about heading out into the Candle District, which I don't recommend, then there's something you could do to cement our trust.
Alright, what is it?
The Ethereals do more than just slaughter us. That much is apparent. They've been gathering the dead and transporting them to Crown Hill. To what end? Just take a look at the mutated brutes roaming the city. We're just fuel for their experiments, material for their army. And I will not stand for another human being used this way. The ethereal gathering efforts are concentrated around the Candle District, where the fighting was thickest. If you head out there, destroy their despicable corpse wagons.
Alright. So, we still don't get any reputation with these guys until we complete these quests in Candle District. So yeah, our reputation with them is 0 currently. I can sell some of this stuff. I do have a double rare somewhere in here. This thing. This is Inquisitor belt, don't care currently. Okay, so, but I do not have my stash here. Right? Oh, I do. Okay, that's fine. So in that case, this goes into medals. I have a number of these Rylock crests.
I'll keep an eye on this.
In we go. Through the sewer pipe. Oh, there should be some lore notes here, right? Wrong? I thought there was a lore note in here. I guess not. I am a bit tired today, so my lore reading is probably going to be even worse than usual. Very mumbly. Ah, they changed it so that you can get 2 Aether Crystals from these instead of 1. I really do hope we piss off the Dread again. But I really want to test myself against it. I've only killed it, what, 3 times? That is kind of embarrassing, considering how many times we came across it. Seems to be like the only pain point now is the big claw attack. Although I have died to the normal, one of the normal attacks from full health as well. Which, that is shocking. That shouldn't be possible with my health and defenses. I also think I have figured out what the like blue yellow square icon above enemies in the debuff bar is. I think it might be the proc from my Seal of Annihilation. When I crit them, they get a debuff of offensive and defensive ability. But usually enemies that I crit, at least the small ones, don't live long enough to show the debuff, so I can't check. Yeah, this one has it. I don't know if that's it. Does it even have a cooldown? Yeah, 1 second cooldown. Okay, so it won't be on everyone. Oh, this guy. I forgot about you. Nico Arian. Get back, you fiend, or I'll slay you where you stand. These children are mine. Yours? What do you mean, yours? I mean you're not going anywhere near them. Calm down, I don't mean any harm. And what, I'm supposed to trust you with all these things roaming around out there? Collecting children, doing gods know what with them? You could be one of them for all I know. I'm not one of those monsters. And I suppose you came here to save us or something like that. There's a refuge in the sewers, I can get you there. Just like that, you run in here and expect me to let you take us somewhere? I've been protecting these kids since the night the city was attacked, and I'm not about to put them in someone else's hands. Not now, not after what we've been through. What choice do you have? What do you mean, what choice do we have? You're not going anywhere near these children. You're gonna have to go through me first. Now prepare to die. As far as I know, the outcome of this dialogue seems completely random. I have not figured out anything that would make him either friendly or hostile with you. Like, sometimes you can convince him, sometimes you can't. I thought that maybe if you're like someone who with a violent disposition, someone who has been killing other NPCs and basically choosing the worst outcomes for all quests, then maybe you are more likely to have this guy be friendly. But this character specifically has made all of the good decisions. I have killed nobody that I didn't have to kill. Except for one guy in Burwich, where I chose the wrong dialogue option and there was no way to navigate out of it. You basically either kill him or you just leave. So maybe that's the quest, but like how would he know, right? Yeah, so he's just gonna attack me. I have to kill him to get these kids out of here. What did you do? Why did you attack Mr. Nico? Or Nico? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry, kid, but you're not safe here. We were until you killed Mr. Nico. Just don't hurt us, okay? This won't hurt, I promise. Rift them back. Now, if I go back now, do I get reputation with the faction? I don't think I do. Right? Do I even get any reputation or quest reward at all? They got transported back, but I didn't get a quest update. I think they would just glare at me because I killed that guy without having a choice. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, there they are. Yeah, nothing. I miss Mr. Nico. I'm sorry, I was just trying to help. Mr. Nico was there for us when everybody else ran, and now he's dead. Nisa starts crying. I'm sorry. Yeah, you don't get anything for this outcome. Well, the other outcome doesn't help either. And I still don't know what determines the outcome, either way. There's my rift. It seems a weird place for the rift to be, but actually it will make sense later. Like, the fact that it shows up here when I'm supposed to be in the Candle District is a bit confusing. But it all ends up like linking together mostly. Despite the fact that I'm not nemesis with the Ethereal Vanguard, right? Ethereal Vanguard. Yeah, I only hate it. I've already fought their nemesis a number of times. That kind of defeats the purpose of these two factions existing separately, right? The Ethereal Vanguard and Ethereals are going to share a nemesis, and basically, therefore, their reputation bar, then why they're even separate anymore. It used to make sense in Ashes and Forgotten Gods, but not anymore. Once again, a monster totem that doesn't drop any blueprints. I feel like they must have moved them, because it's really suspicious that you just get none anymore. There's a hidden body in here. Hidden body, that sounds... Wasn't there a skill in some, like, RPG or something? Now that's gonna be rummaging in my brain, trying to figure out which game it was. Oh, no, it was a spell in Dark Souls, right? Basically invisibility. Ah, figured it out. Okay, down we go. Ah, we get another chance. Okay, I'm gonna open a rift, just so I don't have to run all the way here again if I die. Yeah, send the hounds to the other direction. Dodge that, just in case. Oh, why did my dodge not do anything? That's the pool. Come here. Oh, that's all of my hounds. Okay, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm surprised that didn't sunder me. Just in case. That's the pool again. Starting to run out of space here. All my hounds are dead. As expected, frankly. I thought that was the claw attack. This is the claw attack. Almost there. Its health bar always looks larger than it actually is because it disappears once you bring it long enough. Low enough, I mean. It almost killed me somehow. Ah, that's good. It healed from the hellhounds. And again, I need to direct them somewhere else. I thought it was the claw. Come on, you're almost dead. Ah. No, that was a mistake. Okay, Doggles finished it off. I almost ran back into the pool. That would have been bad. Okay, so we can kill it even on the amped up version, but yeah, it's a lot more shaky. And again, we got a soul fragment, so I guess this is a reliable source of them. I didn't actually check its drops, what its loot table is like. I know it will always drop its monster infrequent with a rare prefix or affix, but I don't know what the material drops tends to be. Now you'd think this city would be a pretty easy to navigate area, but it is an absolute labyrinth of broken down buildings and corridors that are blocked by something, so you have to go around. And it gets worse as you go into the further sections of Steel Cap and Crown Hill. Okay, that was one of the wagons. We are also, I think, one of these paths here leads to the gates. Rip note first half. Ah, Myrmidons, how I hate you. These guys used to be an absolute bane of everybody in Shattered Realm because of their endless healing and shields. There would be one Myrmidon somewhere in the back healing a nemesis for all of its health every few seconds if you didn't pay attention. Okay, ripped note first half. I don't know why I'm writing this, who I'm writing this for, but the gods give, but the words give me comfort and reason to go on living for a moment longer. I am utterly alone, tired and starving. Fatigue clouds my mind as supplies run out. I've tried desperately to find a way out of this wretched city, but there is no hope. The bridge is up and guarded by a gargantuan creature of nightmarish origins. I have no chance of scaling the wall, not without revealing myself for their patrols, or falling to my death like the others. And so I've holed up in this old attic with only a small window to observe the world below. I can hear them outside. They moan and wail as if echoing the dying cries of the creatures they once were. They're scouring the city, collecting the dead and those too weak to continue fighting. I can only imagine what terrors await those who are captured. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before I'm found and share in their fate. I can only hope death comes quickly. They are not interested in killing you, unfortunately. Unless you fight back. Okay, so the path to the gate should be this way. Let's get that kind of Genshin creature he spoke of. Fittingly named. Gala across the mountain, I believe. Actually, no, this is Bolag. Galacross is elsewhere. This is Bolag, Guardian of the Gates. Galacross is in the section that I intentionally skipped in the sewers. More ashes. There should be a lore note up here on this body, right? Yeah, Renok the Rat's warning. Sounds suspiciously like Renet the Rat God, but different person. Renok the Rat's warning. Doom set upon us in the night. It came suddenly and without warning, heralded by the screams and death call of men waking to their end. The guard barracks was hit first. They were slaughtered, run through like sleeping hens. Their assailants, horrors like nothing man could imagine. I watched them from my shack, stiff as stone, stricken by what I saw. In mere moments, those things had rid the Candle District of its only hope of defense. Then they poured out onto the streets like a putrid green wave of death. The screams of men and the elderly filled my ears, and the air became thick with smoke from the green fires that now washed over the district. A strange curiosity urged me to watch. I wanted to see more, so I made my way up the southern wall, moved silently along it, and marveled as death swept through the slums below. Men scattered like legions of roaches and were stomped out by the advancing horde. At first, a small group made it to the southern bridge and crossed before it was raised. The rest fled north to the Crown Hill gates, only to find them barred and locked. As the horrors closed in behind them, some climbed the walls in desperation, but its slippery stones were hewn to keep the rebel at bay. Most fell to their deaths, crashing down to the scrambling masses below. Those few who made it to the top met with the blade of the Crown Hill guards, who showed no care for the plight of those beneath. Seriously? Pieces of shit. The slaughter raged on for a time. Now the slums and hovels are silent. They have begun to sweep the city, collecting corpses of the fallen and corrupting those unfortunate souls who survived. Yeah, that's what happened to the... That's what would have happened to the guy they captured. I rest here now with no will to continue, no desire to escape. There is no point. The world stands without hope against such foes, and so I will spend my final moments in peace. Renok the Rat. So, to the gates, we have to go back into this building. There's a lot of potential to find lore notes that you missed elsewhere, because some lore notes drop from destroyed, like furniture, bookcases, stuff like that, and since this is a ruined city, there'll be a number of those scattered about. Oh, I cannot pull the lever until I kill this guy. Oh, he's fighting the Chthonian that I summoned from the body. That's cute. There you go. Another Anderos' amplifier. I found like 5 of those on this character. I mean, it makes sense. It's a level 84. It's gonna be more common. Is there a hidden... No, not in here. There's a similar space somewhere else where there's a hidden passageway. Do nothing important, just some loot. Why is it saying... Is my stream dropping out? 2155. Are you guys seeing the stream fine? Because 2155 it's telling me that my encoder wasn't connected, which doesn't make sense. Am I losing connection? Inquisitor Creed.
I was beginning to lose hope, but you pulled through. What's the situation here?
We found survivors in the sewers.
We? I take it there's some good news then. I will need to speak to this resistance. I'll meet you there.
Alright. Okay, so now I can go back. No issues? Okay, thank you very much. Good to know. I don't know why YouTube is freaking out then. it always makes me nervous because I have a single monitor set up, so I don't see the screen or the encoder on my other monitor. And so every time I see that, I'm like, what's happening? Why is it freaking out? Last stream I was getting chat disconnections, also for no obvious reasons, because stream was saying it was healthy the whole time. Okay, so we're gonna get more lore notes from Inquisitor Creed. Now I'm wondering if I shouldn't have destroyed some of these boxes. I think some of them may drop lore. Let's read this now. Inquisitor Creed, entry 10. The Taken has forged a path from Burwich through the Gloom Vault and descended again into the very void itself, to resurface with none other than Ulgrim. I find it impossible now to dismiss the idea that he is indeed the Ulgrim of legend. Again, elaborate! What Ulgrim of legend? We know nothing. And an immortal ascendant. As much as I am grateful to have such a powerful ally in this war, I cannot help but feel a little on edge when he is present. Between Ulgrim and the recent rumors of Mogdrogan, I am concerned that other divinities may also begin involving themselves in worldly affairs. As it is said, they did more commonly in ancient times. This leads me back to the lingering mystery of Kaiman. It is apparent that he and his followers are drawing power from some godlike force, but who or what? I am very doubtful of Kaiman's claim that it is Empyrean that guides him, as he initially suggested. The power I sensed in Kaiman's emissary to Homestead had a feeling of malevolence to it. Kaiman was once a Brethren Inquisitor, but he went rogue in the years before the Grim Dawn. He is clearly not ethereal, but I fear he's entered into some manner of dark pact with an unknown power. Certainly, if Empyrean, the high god of legend, returns to Cairn, a power such as that would be felt on a larger scale than merely one raving fanatic leading a group of vagabonds. Yes, indeed. Nonetheless, whatever entity is behind Kaiman's chosen, clearly it does possess significant power, and I am troubled, not knowing its identity or motivations. Again, because I went here last, we already know who Kaiman is following.
I've spoken with Corinia. She appears to be in charge of these people. Things here are about as bad as we thought, but with her intel, I believe we can make a difference in Malmouth.
I got some questions first. Okay, now we get the reputation, so from now on, if we fight the Ethereal Vanguard, we will actually be gaining rep here, because this unlocks it. Would it give me this much? No, I didn't increase my coin gain, right? In the end. What's your take on the situation here? Corinia has provided some valuable intel on ethereal activities, but there's more I must learn before I can make a full assessment. It appears that the Ethereals are most heavily concentrated up in Crown Hill, the district formerly occupied by the aristocracy. This is probably not how I should have pronounced it, but whatever. And heads of government. A vast infestation of flesh and aether that the people here have called the Fleshworks is growing in Crown Hill and rapidly spreading to other parts of the city. It is a safe bet that this master of flesh that controls the Ethereals here is present within it. Ultimately, that is our target. Did you speak to Ulgrim? I did, and I am relieved to see that he is alright, though understandably a bit shaken by the ordeal. There's much to Ulgrim that he refuses to share. I have my theories, but no matter what the truth is, getting him out of the void was for everybody's benefit. If he had died, it would have been a terrible loss, but if he was corrupted, I dread to think of what he would have been capable of. How are things in Devil's Crossing? I left a small contingent of troops behind in case there's another attack, but so far things have remained calm. It will take some effort to remove the colossal hulk from the prison and clean up the carnage. They are tough people over in Devil's Crossing. They'll recover from this. Okay, that's everything.
Corinia has informed me of an old resistance outpost up on the surface in the Steel Cap district. They were forced to abandon it when the ethereal presence became overwhelming. I believe it will be a boost to morale to see it retaken, and it can serve as our base of operations when we advance upon Crown Hill. I've dispatched some troops, but I'd like you to lead the assault. Take the nearby sewer passage up to the surface and clear out any ethereals present.
I think I'm gonna miss one lore note, because I destroyed these crates before Creed came in here, and I think one of the lore notes drops here. If I remember, I might, at the end of the session, reload this area. I don't want to do it now because I have invested into the Ascension Altar. I don't want to waste those resources. I'm going to go up here now because it's going to unlock a better portal location for us. Oh, I forgot. Expulsimum, or whatever it's called, the modifier that I have on my healing potion, the explosion, it knocks enemies down. So one of these guys that I was fighting suddenly got catapulted into the sky and fell back down on the ground, right? Yeah, knock down target for 3 seconds. That was kind of funny to look at. Okay, so this, I'm not gonna talk to these guys now. Normally this is blocked. Actually, it is currently still blocked. But after I retake this, I guess I do have to talk to him.
The outpost is ours, though it came with a cost. Those who lost their lives in the defense of mankind must never be forgotten. But we cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. We must push forward.
A rousing speech. What's our next move?
Resistance had attempted to breach the gates of Crown Hill before, but they were not adequately prepared. Remains of their fallen still litter the streets, along with the explosives they had crafted for the task. I prepared a powder that should magnify the properties of their makeshift bomb dramatically, enough to pierce those steel gates and give us an opening. I need you to take this powder and recover the explosives from the failed mission. Combine them at the Crown Hill gates, blast the damn things open. Only then will we have any hope of breaching the Fleshworks and destroying the Master of Flesh. Once through, secure a foothold and report to Ulgrim, who will join you in the field.
What can we expect in Crown Hill?
Know that it is the stronghold of ethereal operations in the region. Within its walls is the center of the fleshy growth known as the Fleshworks, within which hides Theoden Marcel, the Master of Flesh. He is the mastermind behind the tragedies that befell Mammoth, Port Valbury, and who knows where else. His destruction will surely disrupt ethereal activities in the region and put a stop to whatever horrors he is preparing for humanity next. We cannot afford to fail here. The Resistance had attempted...
Okay. So we get the additive. I'm not gonna talk to her yet. She will probably tell me I still need to help Captain Wilfer, right?
There you are. Creed said you might be able to help. Awful nice of him to set aside resources for us.
Oh, maybe I can? What is it?
While discussing the attack on Crown Hill, I brought up several targets that I consider of utmost importance if we are to ever secure the city. Creed was inclined to agree. If you are willing to help, speak to Captain Wilfor. We've had some trouble in the Steel Cap district that requires immediate attention.
Yeah, but he's not gonna have a new quest for me because I haven't completed the previous one.
Well, have you sabotaged the ethereal effort?
Yeah, okay. There's one more quest up here that I can pick up. This place always seems to buffer when I walk up there. It always loads. This woman here, Yvonda. Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch, don't touch. Okay, relax, I won't touch you. Just stay back, over there, over there. Stay over there. Are you a memory? Do you know? Would you know? I don't remember, but I'm sure I knew. I knew where it was, and now I don't know. I don't remember, but I know. I knew where it was. I know I remember putting it there, but what it is, I don't remember. And where is there is what I forgot. Are you Dory, by any chance? Are you looking for something? I think. I don't remember what, but I'm sure it's lost. A note to remember. That's what I forgot. But a note is what I lost, and now I don't remember. You lost a note about... What? A note to remember where it's hidden. That is what I forgot. I forgot to remember a note to remember it's hidden. Thank you. You're welcome, I think, but where is it? I don't remember. Do you? Maybe you remember. Maybe you can find the note to remember and tell me what I forgot. I'll find your note for you. Okay. This quest is another one of those with multiple outcomes. You can be an asshole and steal what she hid away, or you can just give her the note. So we still need to find more of those wagons. Oh, because we already unlocked the Steel Cap District Rift. Now we have allies in here. Yeah, so normally these gates would be closed, and they were closed before I talked with Creed. So now this interconnects the Candle District and the Steel Cap. So we have easier access to this place. Interesting that some of these enemies seem completely immune to being knocked down. I used Explosivum and nothing happened to these. Oh, isn't there a hidden? Yep, there is. There indeed is a hidden. But where is the clickable? There it is. Open it. What? Oh, is it the doorway bug? It is the doorway bug. I need to walk away from this and come back. And it will fix itself. So, away we go, off the screen. This is especially annoying when it happens in... Most commonly it happens to me in Port Valbury, where I cannot access the doorway that leads to the reward chests after the boss fight. So you have to run back out, or if you don't know about how to fix it, you basically miss out on the reward of the entire dungeon. It really sucks. Some quirk of the engine, I guess. So I don't remember this happening in Titan Quest. So that's new. Interesting that there would be a new bug that would be engine-based. Must be something they can fix if it worked before. Yeah, so if I destroy some of these wardrobes and tables and stuff, I can get some extra lore notes that drop randomly. It's stuff like Origin of the Slith, which has multiple parts, notes about the Gildam Arcanum, which is basically the Arcanist college, or like the only way you can become a sanctioned Arcanist. If you are not under the Gildam Arcanum, then you are considered a rogue spellcaster, and the Inquisition will hunt you down, basically, considering you a witch. Which is very reminiscent of, like, Warhammer 40k, right? Sanctioned Psychers. You're not a Sanctioned Psycher, Inquisition will hunt you down. Or feed you to the Emperor, better yet. So one more corpse wagon. Ah, yeah, sure, shield them. He's not taking any damage because it's shielded by the Myrmidons. Okay, so we just have the back left to explore. That's gonna be all of Candle District, then it's just Steel Cap District, the docks, and Crown Hill, and we're done. So if we make good progress, I will hunt down Callagadra. Although no, I shouldn't. Because of the fact that I ramped up the altar now, I will have to quit out and start a new session. I need to remember that before I do start the fight. Because if I do start the fight and I realize, oh shit, I didn't remember that I activated the altar, then I will have wasted the Celestial Essence. And considering that I only have 11 of them now, because I wasted like 30 on this character trying to force the Ice King set to drop, I can't really be wasting those. Those are not easy to come by at all. I do wonder if the Ascension Altar modifies the drops you get after Shattered Realm from the chests. I'm hoping it doesn't, so that you don't have a reason to abandon campaign and just run Shattered Realm as you normally would. That was the hidden area, right? Yeah, that is the hidden area. Okay. So that's cleared. The last wagon is up north. Demons? No demons. Demons? Also no demons. Bloodbound Totem, thank you. Flame Speaker casting Fire Doom Bolts, huh? Fancy. I'm very interested in trying a Lightning Doom Bolt sometime soon. Because there is the item that enabled Lightning Doom Bolts gained a new modifier in this expansion, where if you are using Stormcaller's Pact, I believe it's called, from Shaman, the exclusive skill, there is like a percentage chance on hit with any attack or spell to reduce the cooldown of Doom Bolt. So you can keep spamming Lightning Doom Bolts just based on that item alone. And then you can build the rest of your build through whatever. Lightning PRM if you want to. That actually would probably... No, Lightning PRM wouldn't work because of Ludrigan taking up your hand slot, weapon slot. Unless you can force Lightning PRM in some other way. No, what am I saying? That's stupid. Ignore me. You cannot do PRM on a Lightning Doom Bolt build. If you're using Stormcaller's Pact and Occultist, how can you be using Arcanist? Idiocy. Dementia is setting in. I'm an old man, what can I say? I realized I had a similar problem yesterday. Somebody was mentioning making a build around Eldrune. I was like, oh yeah, that's the Winds of Esterkarn Devastation build, right? Yeah. I'm probably not going to be making that one anytime soon, but I do want to try it. The only reason I'm not going to be doing it anytime soon is because I already have a Ravager Raven build planned. Why am I talking about Ravager Raven? It was Winds of Esterkarn and Devastation. You're not playing Ravager Raven with that. That could totally be my Evoker build. But I got my wires crossed because I have a Ravager Raven Devastation build planned, but not with Stormfang. So, too many builds and a small noggin. Bad combination. Smooth brain.
Well, have you sabotaged the ethereal efforts in the Candle District?
It is done. The wagons are destroyed.
Good. One less thing to worry about. Here, some iron bits for your trouble. But with the surface base retaken, Corinne has given me permission to send our people out into the Steelcap District proper. You in?
What do you have in mind?
The Steelcap District was once the pride of Malmouth. Manufacturing facilities, forges, arcane shops, everything you could think of was once made here. All of it gone. Destroyed in the carnage that ensued. But some of the old supplies still remain. If you're headed out into the Steelcap District, keep an eye out for any old weapon caches or arcane supplies, such as enchanting powders and magical implements. We could use it all.
I'll find these supplies. This will come in handy. All of these quests that we are going to be doing in this area actually have some very tangible rewards. If we bring back the supplies, the shopkeep, there will be a shopkeep here that will start selling monster infrequents for the ethereals. And there will also be a new blacksmith that we will bring in. We also have an Asteria here. This Corinia is more powerful than she lets on. She is hiding something. I would not underestimate her if I were you. What's the problem? Well, nothing as of yet. There's an aura about her, shielding her mind from mine. Almost as if... Just be mindful, human. Can you tell me anything about the ethereals here? I was stationed in the west, my focus and attention upon dismantling the Legion. I was only sent information relevant to my mission, the flow of which ended promptly when consensus was reached regarding a betrayal in the ranks. However, I can tell you that Malmouth is under the authority of one Theoden Marcel, but we knew him as the Master of Flesh, the Shaper, the Manipulator. He orchestrated the amalgamation that was intended for Homestead, as well as the annihilation of Port Valbury. Yet Malmouth was to be his greatest accomplishment. Thanks for the info. Yeah, so she has her suspicions about Corinia, and with reason. Not that she's a bad gal, but she is sus. So in we go. Maybe we can get another run in with the Dread. Because if I am hunting for soul fragments and soul echoes, then the dread seems to be a good source, if I can survive it. Which is in question now that I have used the Ascension Altar so much. Oh, you are an NPC. I was like, oh, is there a chest there? No, no, there isn't. Notes to Amy Brennan. Oh, speak of the devil. I need to get out of here. This is a terrible place to fight it. Wait, can I bring it to these NPCs? What would happen? I'm guessing they get squished. Yeah, they have a health bar. They got squished. Can I bring it to Steelcap, maybe? Okay, that's the pool. Come here. I need to be very careful when where I position my hounds. Okay, place them behind, so she can't lifesteal if she's hitting me. Why am I calling it a she? No, no thank you. Oof, that was almost mistimed. Ah, that's the pool. It was surprisingly long before it recasted. It was a long period where I was safe to just fight. Incoming? Yeah. And I didn't reposition my hounds, so it healed. No, that wasn't the claw. This is the claw. Again, mistiming. Yeah, excellent. Excellent. I feel like I'm getting definitely better at... I'm saying that. I was about to say I feel like I'm getting better at judging when the claw is coming in. But then I dodged 2 or 3 attacks that weren't the claw, and I thought they were gonna be. Well, aren't you shocked, huh? Having a nice PTSD from seeing that shit? Yeah. Enjoy your ranging. And you're welcome, also. Not to Amy Brannock. So this was the woman who... Her and her husband moved out of the city and were like living in the countryside in Mornvale. And she went back into the city to look for her husband because the morning everything went down the shitter. He went into town and didn't come back. So this is going to be written by her husband. Notes to Amy Brannock. My lovely Amy, I have no hope that this message will find its way to you, but it offers me comfort to lay out my final thoughts to you. I still remember the look on your face when you discovered you were with child. How you thought you could hide it from me all these long weeks. There was no hiding it, the joy was written all over your face. I will cherish that memory to the last of my hours. You must forgive me, my love, for I will not be returning to you. Something indescribable has happened in the city. There are so many people dead, killed in fighting that broke out overnight. There are other things, unimaginable things, terrors that roam the city, hunting people down and slaughtering them wherever they hide. I am told there is no way out of the city now. The gates are barred and the bridge has been raised. But there are still people here, Amy, people I can help. I beg for your forgiveness. Should these words reach you, I implore you to leave this place behind. Leave the farm immediately and never return. I fear that whatever has happened in Mammoth will spread beyond the city walls. Move swiftly and speak to no one. You must save yourself and our child. Find a place, a hidden place, and raise her well. Wherever you go, Amy, if I make it out of this place, I will find you. That is a promise. With all my love, Errol Brannock. We don't meet Amy because, yeah, she went back into the city, so we can imagine what happened to that poor woman. Ah, Chthonic Heresy. Yeah, that's one of those lore notes that can drop from these objects. If I didn't put my attack in place button in such a stupid position, I usually don't use it. But these are indestructible for some reason. Yeah, we found Chthonic Heresy, I believe part 4, but we are missing all the previous ones. Where is it hidden? Oh boy, that is a lot of lore. Did I miss it? Should be highlighted, right? But I'm not seeing it. Whatever. Blood, my brothers. Blood is the essence, for it gives us life. Drink not of the blood of demons, for it is corruption manifest. Those that partake of blood shall forever be damned. Abhor the gifts of the Chthonian, lest its touch contaminate your soul. Purity of blood heralds the purity of the soul. I don't know who needs to be told that you should not be drinking the blood of demons. It's like, don't rape people. You should know that from the start, right? That doesn't have to be explained. And I still don't know who wrote that. Was it Kaiman? It isn't signed by Kaiman, but Kaiman's faction does hate Chthonians primarily. You gain reputation with Kaiman by killing demons or Chthonians, and with the Order of Death's Vigil faction you get reputation by killing ethereals. So I would guess he would have particular hate for Chthonians, so maybe he wrote it. And the fact that he uses the word brothers makes me think, oh, those are training dummies. Makes me think it could be him. Because who else uses this religious lingo? I mean, it is also used among the witch gods, but they wouldn't be talking about drinking the blood of demons, right? They have their own masters. They won't have to explain stuff like that. So, south of here are the arcane supplies. We have weapon supplies and arcane supplies, which is... Oh no, it's not here. It's one further down. In here. It is the arcane supplies. Yep. Ship those. Don't roar at me. Again, look for every container. There is a detonation site, but we cannot... This is a detonation site I never understood. It clears, it will relink a further section of steel cap. But why do you need it? Once you're there, you don't need to come back. Maybe if there's a bounty on the bounty table that spawns a monster here, you don't want to be running around the whole place, you can just cut through. But for a normal playthrough, if you're not doing bounties, there is no reason to open that up. I guess it's neat. A bit of convenience for the edge cases. Okay, there's another hidden chest here. Demons? No demons. Okay, I'm in here. Oh, not yet. Is the Tomb of Archon Mathis, I believe it's called? Yeah, Herald Mathis. Never mind. And it is gonna be strangely empty. Because there is a hidden area in here that you can only access if you... I was gonna say screw over Yvonda, but that's phrasing. If you take Yvonda's note once you find it, and instead of giving it to her, again phrasing, you read what it says and follow the clues inside to the location where her stuff is hidden, and it's gonna be hidden in here. You cannot access it before, like, you have to pull on this torch, but you cannot do it until you have found the note and read it. I am not gonna be an asshole, even though I had to kill Mr. Nico. He didn't give me a choice. But other than that, I've been a good werewolf. Oh, no, never mind. This is the blacksmith that crafts level 84 legendaries, not the one in Melmoth Outskirts. The one in Melmoth Outskirts just allows you to convert materials from this expansion one into another in 1-to-1 exchange ratio. Interesting that there isn't anything like that for fangs, right? There is a celestial blacksmith, but he doesn't let you like turn bloodbound totems into soul fragments and stuff like that. Because I guess there is no equivalency between those materials. You cannot even turn bloodbound totems into frozen aster. Yeah, so this guy will... Demons? Oh, demons. This guy will craft us if you want to spend... Oh wait, he doesn't. Oh yeah, he does, never mind. Yeah, he lets you craft these tonics, which you can otherwise only find in like few quests, and they drop randomly, mostly in Shattered Realm, so if you need to respec, this is a way to do it. And then also uses materials from this expansion to craft random legendaries. But I believe they will be all 84s. Which can be beneficial, because if you're looking for an 84 specifically, this basically narrows down what you can get here. So you're not polluting your pool. I might actually use it for the next build, because the next build will want level 84 boots. And they're kind of annoying to find. And also level 84 gloves. Though the issue is, no, I won't do it. The issue with that plan is there's way too many armor pieces. For weapons, yeah, sure, you have a pretty narrow selection. But there's so many level 84 pieces of armor that the chance that you get the right gloves, the right boots, that's massive waste of materials. Okay, this is gonna spit us somewhere else than we entered, right? Yeah, just a different doorway. So that the whole area seems pointless, right? There was no boss, no special chests, no devotion shrine, other than the blacksmith, which is only there on ultimate. Seems like the place has no point, which immediately should seem suspicious, right? There are basically no dungeons in this game that do not have something of relevance in there. Specific monster infrequent that you can only find there, stuff like that. And the only objective here is actually Yvonne's memory. You just don't know it yet. Richter Clark and Vivian Neven. Oh, thank the gods you found us. Please, you have to help us. I don't think we'll survive out here much longer. Richter is hurt pretty bad. I'm not sure he can even stand. He doesn't look too good. I know, if you hadn't arrived, I'm not sure how much time he'd have left. So let's not waste it. Please help me get him to safety. The Resistance has a stronghold nearby. But how will we get Richter there? Can we carry him through the city? This is kind of weird. Before you talk to him, why would I lie, right? Why don't I have any other option? If you talk to him... Richter groans in pain, hang in there. Oh, he doesn't tell me anything. So that's extra sus. There should probably be dialogue options here. Okay, so if I said let me talk to him first, but it doesn't let me talk to him. Oh, okay. If you close the window, you don't get any dialogue options with him. If you tell her, let me talk to him first, you do get dialogue options with him. That is quirky. Vivian's a good girl, but she can't see a lost cause when it's bleeding out right in front of her. Richter winces in pain. Do me a favor, get her to safety. Don't spend an ounce of strength on me when the city is overrun with monstrosities. Are you sure? I can hardly feel the pain anymore. It won't be long now. Don't worry about me. Save Vivian. Alright. Now, question of the rhetorical variety. I mean, seals wounds and mends broken bones. This is a thing we have. There are healing skills in this game. What do you mean I can't save him? We have magic in this bitch. What? Hey, he made his choice. Maybe there's a hole in his stomach and he won't be able to drink the potion. Let's get you two to safety. Wink, wink. But how will we get Rick to there? Can we carry him? I can send you both there via rift. Truly, you can do that? You heard that, Richter? We're going to make it out of this mess. You're going to be okay. See you in the hideout. Bye. Thanks for taking care of Vivian. There's no way I'm making it out of here, and I didn't have the heart to tell her. Do me a favor and keep an eye on her. I don't want her coming back out here to look for me when she finds out I didn't follow her through. I could send you too if you wish to be with her. Don't bother. My time has come, and I'm okay with that. But listen, before you go, I used to own an imports shop down at the Black Iron Docks. When the attack started, my partner and I gathered all of our supplies in there. We barricaded the door to keep out the looters, but I suppose someone like yourself won't have any trouble breaking through. Whatever you find in there is yours. My partner is dead, and I'll be joining him soon enough. Now, let me rest. Are you sure I can't help? I can hardly feel the pain anymore. It won't be long now. I hope those supplies serve you well. Alright, thank you. I'll look for it. Yep, you made your choice. He's still able to talk. I could have... You know what? I'm not gonna debate a dying man. Let him die in peace. Any demons? Okay, so Black Iron Docks are in this-ish direction. Overlord's Iron Grip. Level 84 gloves, not the right ones. For the next character. I'm gonna be trying very hard to remember the stuff that I'm looking for, so that I don't accidentally sell it when I do find it. But worst comes to worst, I can GD stash if need be. It's gonna be a long time before I get that character to level 84 and beyond. So plenty of time to find it somewhere else. And plenty of time for me to change my mind and swap the build setup like 16 times like I did this with this character. Oh yeah, this body is mean. It will spawn this thingy and it will just keep chasing you around. That's what you get for looting, I guess. Yeah, so Black Iron Docks are here, but we cannot get inside yet. That is a reputation locked quest. There's a detonation site for the shop. An improvised barricade is blocking this entrance. This must be Richter's stash. You can clear it out with some heavy explosives. It will take 1 dynamite to clear a path. There it is. Wouldn't it be cute if his stash had a demons guarding it? I'm pretty sure it could happen based on RNG. Damn Richter trying to kill us. And there's nothing here. I can maybe attack this to get some literature, but I can't. Dynamite? Now there is sometimes a boss here, but he has multiple spawn points, so if he's not here, he's going to be to the south of here. It's a high enough density of enemies that I'm surprised I'm not getting the ethereal nemesis. Don't shard grip. Again, the wrong level 84 gloves. Is don't shard grip even level 84? I should probably check after the fight. That's killed a lot of my hounds. Yeah. Oh, it's 94. Okay. Yeah, ground effects are the bane of my doggies. And there are the supplies. The abandoned weapons. So, let's see the quest for Wilford completed. I think I might have enough reputation either already or after the completion of this quest to maybe go to the docks. It's my situation here. Mammoth Resistance. New quest there and new quest there. I don't remember. This one is the Black Iron Docks and this one should be the Council. So I think I can already go here. If I go to the Steel Cap District.
Good work out there. The supplies you recovered from the Steel Cap District will help us push the offensive. Kalen will be pleased to finally get back to work.
Oh no, never mind, never mind. There is one more quest before I get to the docks. And Kalen is the blacksmith, so this has supplied the blacksmith, and now I'm going to be rescuing the shopkeep. Use them well.
You can be sure that we will. I'll have Kalen get started on these right away. Unfortunately, some of our other operatives did not fare as well as you.
What happened?
With the Steel Cap District open to us once more, I asked for volunteers to head out into the war zone and gather any food and supplies they could find, as you have. Unfortunately, several of them did not return. I wasn't sure Hiram and Nadia were up to the task, but they were insistent upon doing their share, so I let them go. What was meant to be a scavenging mission has turned into a rescue operation. I hope you find them before the Ethereals do.
I'll look for them. Now this guy, the blacksmith that we just supplied with materials, this was going to be originally the guy that I was after for crafting all of my items. But since I got such good rolls on my various greens, like I have 46 disruption protection, that you cannot get from the blacksmith, but 27 freeze, then I have 32 stun duration here. Slow, you cannot get that from him. And petrify and stun duration reduction here. Entrapment, freeze, stun duration on this. I no longer need his crafting bonus because he is like perfect for this. 4 to 12% reduced stun duration and freeze duration. You get one of the other, but still, like, crowd control resistances can be very hard to come by, and this guy is the only blacksmith that provides these. So originally I was gonna craft everything from this guy, but with the rolls I have, I could craft it in Devil's Crossing and be fine. Do I need to sell stuff? What's my inventory looking like? It's looking kind of packed. So I do need to sell stuff, but there's only one shopkeep here. I already have all of these blueprints, right? I did realize recently that I was missing one blueprint from Devil's Crossing, which is embarrassing. Or a belt, a soldier belt. I didn't get any double rares as far as I remember, so I can just sell everything. I'm gonna keep the Dreadhead. Should have 2 of those, right? Yeah, there's the second one. What did we get? Devastating of the Fox, that's not glorious. And Stalwart of Amarastus Flurry. I mean, it's guaranteed rare affix, so it's always nicely rerollable. We also have a... Oh yeah, I picked this up in the Candle District and I didn't read it. So all of this goes. This is Cinderborn for a craftable set, so I do not have to save that. I believe I even already have the blueprint for that one. Still don't have the blueprint for Ice King though, so... Joke's on me, I guess. For trying this.
Iron well spent.
Letter to Councilman Cole. We're going to meet this guy soon. Dear Mr. Cole, Your Honor, or whatever you call yourself. Now, I ain't no gentleman or no high-class business person, and I imagine you highfalutin folk up on Crown Hill don't pay no heed to lowly Candle District roachers like me. But I gotta tell you, you're gonna have a rebellion on your hands if you don't pay no attention to the conditions down here in the pits. Things are out of control. They need no clean water or food. The streets are filled with garbage and there's just too damn many people. I don't know why new construction in the Callagadra district has stopped. There just ain't no more places for people to live. You can't just keep treating folks like this and expect them to put up with it. Now, don't be taking my words as a threat. Because you're new to your job, I'm writing this letter as a warning. The people down here have chosen me to represent them, and that's what I mean to do. I don't know what all's been going on up there, but people down here have had just about enough. I do hope, for all of your sakes, you can find time in your busy schedule to tend to the issues we face down here. Sincerely, Samuel Rockford. Yeah, unfortunately, they were doing that on purpose. That is the ethereal way. Destabilize the society in there through various decisions, such as overflowing waste dumps in Port Valbury, cause civil unrest and rebellion, and then when the city is in disarray, slaughter the leadership and the military and take the city over for yourself. Works like a charm. To shatter a city. Demons! Hello! Goodbye. Watcher of Erulan. That reminds me of... There is a Malmus craftable shield, like a blueprint that you can get from the faction vendor there. I believe it's called the Wrath Guard. It is a shield that promotes piercing, like gun and shield gameplay. I've never found a use for it. Because there's just... Okay, you want me to be using piercing gun, like a pistol, with this shield. Which piercing gun do you intend for me to use? Oathbearer, maybe? Bloodborer? That's kind of it for piercing guns. Everything else is either a two-handed rifle or requires a dual wielding or a set or something for conversions. And that's another thing. You need to convert all of your damage from elemental to piercing. If you're playing an Inquisitor, for example, and you want all of your weapon pool skills to be... How do I get in there? Oh, this way. Come on. If you want your weapon pool skills to be fully piercing, you need to get elemental to piercing conversion somewhere. And the shield blocks your offhand. So one place that you could get the conversion from something like Bloodborer or Oathbearer is taken up. That is a bit of an annoyance. I guess you can then use the Pack of Deadly Means belt to get the rest of the conversion, but I don't know if it's worth it to use a shield for that. There's also another strange Malmuth item, the Redeemer of Malmuth, I think it's called. It's a one-handed sword that gives additional physical damage to Belgothian's shears. And it is a sword that has no piercing damage on it. So it wants you to be playing physical Blade Master, so not using Belgothian set. I mean, that could be a thing, but you better have a lot of flat damage, because Nightblade has no support for physical damage normally. Everything is piercing or cold or poison or bleeding, but physical. I do already have an idea for a build for that, but that's a long way off. I have more pressing matters to attend to, build-wise. I want to check later how many Ashes of Awakening I have recovered. I'm getting a nice amount. It's gonna refund everything that I spent on this character, which was a lot. What? Another survivor? Welcome to hell. You're trapped out here, cut off from the resistance by the Ethereals. Calm down, I've been looking for you. Looking for us? I wouldn't have thought they'd risk sending someone else to check on us. Captain Wilfer sent me. Bless the captain, he was sure we could do this, and he was right. There were others, another scavenge team. Have you seen them? I'll find them, but you need to get out of here first. Whatever you need to do, I'm ready. Anything to be out of here. Here you go. Zip. And there's the other team. More soul icons. I can get there from this entrance. Up we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Well, actually we do. We stop in the Fleshworks. It's a chest. Even does memory. Oh no, I don't see the other team. The other team is in the southern building. Never mind. Shows how much I know. I'm probably the wrong person to be explaining stuffs and secrets when I don't even know the layouts anymore. 3 years of not playing leaves its mark. That's a one-shot chest. Leggings of Arcane Currents. Cute. So, Yvonne's memory. Oh, clipping from Yvonne's memory. So we have the memory itself. This journal is mostly full of mad ramblings and nonsense, but some bits prove quite intriguing if you could just make sense of them. Under spire, under floor, where the herald laid to rest. Down the stairs, a hidden door, a key where flaming coals are set. Yeah, so where herald laid to rest, that is Herald Mathis, the tomb that we were in. Down the stairs, a hidden door, a key where flaming coals are set. So the extinguished torch is the clue. And we also have to shatter the city. I arrive within the birth city of my vessel, as dictated by consensus. I shall now make it my tireless task to ensure that our operations in Malmeth proceed as planned and within the necessary time constraints. This vessel will prove ideal in the city's downfall. He was educated in the capital at the behest of his wealthy family with powerful connections among Malmeth's elite. He lacks all pretense of society or compassion, devoid of empathy for his fellow man. All he craved was knowledge that others would shun or find sickening. To encourage such crude pursuits was only natural, and now he is mine. With the guise of Theoden Marcel, I shall carve into the city's elite and exploit the corrupted heart that beats within. How does one shatter a city? By allowing the rot festering within its fragile existence to flourish, and by my hand it shall grow magnificent indeed. Theoden Marcel, Surgeon. Basically what I said, he's just stealing my ideas, really. Destabilize the city, then destroy it. I am an inspiration. I left the chest behind, you better be worth it. Tentacles? Demons? No. Would you please let me pass through the door? So here we have the explosives, resistance bomb, an improvised explosive. It doesn't look powerful enough to get the job done. But because we have Creed's additive, that's a nice box. A pasty concoction with a putrid odor. Inquisitor Creed claims that this will make the Resistance's makeshift explosive more potent. So we deliver it to the gate. I was gonna say it is heavily guarded, but given that we are killing Celestials, it doesn't really slow us down anymore. The gates to Crown Hill are heavily fortified. It will take some immensely powerful explosives to blast them open. We have that. There's our Rift Gate. The final one we get this game. Ulgrim.
So this is what the Ethereals have envisioned for us all. I'm sure they won't mind that we let ourselves in.
So, what do we do now?
Preliminary reports indicate that the main entrance to the Fleshworks is on the northeastern end of Crown Hill. It's sealed tight behind some thickly armored fleshy barrier. However, we also know that the Ethereals have several flesh vents around the district, emitting immense amounts of heat. If enough of them are destroyed, then the entrance may be forced open in order to compensate for the loss of ventilation. While I mobilize our forces for a frontal assault, you will need to seek out these vents and destroy them. It may be our only chance of getting inside and ending this Master of Flesh before his grand plan comes to fruition. Once you're inside the Fleshworks, I'm afraid you'll be on your own. Good luck.
Yeah, Ulgrim won't be helping us on this quest because he's beat up from fighting the Loghorian. So back out here, we have a shortcut. get the remaining survivors. There's a corpse with demons inside. Question, how do you all fit in there? Isn't it cramped? Do you enjoy huddling up close? Any more? Nope. South a bit more. There we go, inside. Actually, I'm gonna clear because I'm gonna be talking to people. I don't want to be rudely interrupted. My doggos cannot survive this amount of ground effects. I mean, they would be able to if I didn't ramp up the damage so much. I'm curious how they're gonna do in Shattered Realm in terms of survivability. Oh, thank the gods you're here. You have to get us out. We're in big trouble. Calm down, I've been looking for you. Captain Wilfer sent me. He must have told you then we volunteered. We just wanted to help. The Resistance needed supplies. I led a group to go scrounging for them. I thought I could do it. I thought I could keep them safe. But when we got attacked, I panicked and told everyone to run. Some of us hid in here, but we were split up. I don't know where the other group is. They're safe. Now you need to get out of here. Oh, thank the gods. I'm ready. Whatever you need to do, just get us out of here. There you go. So, now we can go back to the docks, because that's gonna be our next objective.
I'm pleased to hear that Hiram, Nadia, and the others safely made it back. Thanks to you.
I couldn't just leave them there.
Good on you to put yourself at risk for the safety of others. I'll be sure that they do their fair share from within the hideout, and not out there. Not everybody's cut out for the warrior life.
What's next?
I believe Corinia's got something big planned for the harbor. You should speak to her when you get the chance.
I will. So these guys are eventually gonna be shopkeepers. Currently they're not, because they just came back. But when we come back here later, they will be. And one of them sells monster infrequents for the ethereals. There's Corinia.
Captain Wilford tells me that you've done your fair share of rescuing damsels and acquiring murder weapons. Well done. Your efforts will go a long way towards our people's survival.
How are you so cheerful? You're
I
welcome.
was wondering if perhaps you'd be willing to lead an attack I've been planning. It involves the harbor.
What are you plotting?
I'm talking about the Black Iron Docks, over on the western side of the Steel Cap District. The harbor is in ruins, boats shattered and burned. But if we are ever to push beyond the Aether Fire and not rely on magic or portals through hell, we will require transport. The Black Iron Docks were controlled by the Imperial Army. Only a small regiment was on site when the attacks began. A handful of them now serve in our resistance, but most perished. If we can take back the docks, we can begin construction of new ships and wrest back control of the waters. My men are ready. Will you lead this attack?
Sounds like a worthy target. We're also gonna go back to Evonda. We're not gonna rub her blind, not on this character. I'm planning on playing the next character as an absolute asshole, so plenty of opportunity to do mean things to people. You again. I remember. I remember? Yes, I do. I remember you were supposed to find what I forgot was lost. Did you? Have you found what I lost? I can keep the note and steal from her, or... Yes, it's right here. Oh, the note. Yes, it's directions. Directions to what I lost. What did you lose? I don't know, but I can find out now. I can find where it is. The note will tell me. Okay, good luck. If I come back later, she will have an actual reward for me as well. Even though it's already completed the quest for me on the side. Oh yeah, this Rivia, the woman that I rescued along with the shopkeep that was dying. Well, I didn't rescue him, obviously. Please... Oh, no. What? No, you're someone else. No, Vivian was the woman. Where's Richter? You said he could travel back here in your rift gate, or whatever you called it. He didn't make it. What do you mean he didn't make it? Did he go somewhere else? He was too injured. I could not bring him through. You just left him there to die? You had the means to bring him to this sanctuary, and you just left him to die. You're a monster. I'm sorry. I wanted to. It was his choice. Okay, so this woman, I guess she was supposed to be mean to me before. I didn't even talk to her. Please forgive me, you've done so much for us already, but I must beg of you to help me. Or maybe she's not apologizing for talking to me meanly, but for just taking my time, I guess. What is it? My mother and my daughters were taken when the Candle District was attacked. Those things just poured through the city, rounding up women and children. Some were taken alive, but they even took the dead. I don't know if they're alive, it may be mercy if they're not, but I need to know. I can't live thinking they may be out there somewhere, suffering. I'll do what I can. I'm not even gonna get into what they're doing with the children, but if you pay attention to the enemy monster models, you will see some of them. Okay, so getting to this... I might as well blow this up. There's actually a dungeon here anyway. Like, thing is, it doesn't even help me to get into the Steel Cap District. I guess, yeah, that could be a reason to blow this barricade up. If you want to be running this place, either you have to go from this rift gate down, or the shortcut path is probably from the Steel Cap one up here, and that doesn't seem much better. Anyway, 3 dynamite, whatever. Now we have allies in here because we cleared this, and there is a lighthouse. Not much of importance in here, except on this difficulty there is a devotion shrine. I don't think it's here always. Might be here on just Elite and Ultimate. You know what, I'm not even gonna speculate. If I don't remember, stop babbling, just play. How about that? This guy doesn't drop anything unique to him. Yet, at least. And there we have one of our little friends. So there is a hidden area here. It's also a place that just spontaneously seems to sometimes have dynamite. But if you're short of dynamite, there's better places to get it. Any Cronley gang area is gonna be better than this. They really seem to delight in spawning these reflective guys. I wonder if these Chthonian omens, or whatever they are called, have a more limited selection of heroes that they can spawn, and so you get reflective more often. That's gonna be a nightmare for physical, or rather internal trauma focus builds. You're just gonna kill yourselves on them if you don't have enough reflect reduction. I do like the fact that enemies are technically just using thorns against you. Though it does bring in some PTSD from Diablo 2 back when Oblivion Knights could cast Iron Maiden on you mid whirlwind or mid Zeal animation. That was super mean. I wouldn't even say those were the days. Those were the bad days. Okay, so that's everything here. Oh, a couple more guys spawned. Okay, out we go. Does this speed us a little closer, maybe? Or do we end up where we entered? No, we end up when we entered, so it doesn't bring us closer to the docks. So I guess we have to hoof it. Oh, well, paw it. I'm so funny. I actually didn't explore this building as well. Might as well finish that. I mean, I knew I was coming back, so I didn't explore everything. There's a chest. More fresh demons. Why are you all the way up there? Come here. Good boy. Tome of Arcane Wastes. I so want to make a build around that sometime, but it's so hard to come up with one where it makes sense. It's one of few items that gives you a granted skill that you can spam. It's basically like an Albrecht's Aether Ray kind of thing, but for pure elemental damage. +1 to all skills, but yeah, when is the right opportunity to use that? I don't know. City Guard's log. Last night the Steel Cap barracks was attacked. It happened suddenly in the dead of the darkest hour. The doors were smashed open and a flood of terrors charged through the brothers of the guard like a butcher through a flock of lambs. Their screams as they woke from sleep to the darkest nightmare still rings in my ears. I was crippled with fear. If it weren't for Captain Wilfer's quick action, none of us would have survived. My squad and I were fortunate to have been assigned to an overflow area adjacent to the main sleeping quarters, as we were just transferred there the previous day. When the attack started, the captain barged in and began shouting orders at us. Our training took over and we followed, barricading the main door and proceeding outside through the back. What awaited us was unthinkable. The world was on fire. A foul stench enveloped the city and putrid green light burned the sky over the Candle District. At dawn, we experienced a series of explosions that shook the foundations of the city like a massive earthquake. The scale of these attacks is unthinkable, the damage indescribable. At Wilfer's command, we moved silently above the ruins of the city, from barracks to barracks in search of other guardsmen. But they all contained the same horrific scene, everyone killed in their sleep, at their posts just slaughtered. I'm beginning to fear that we are all that's left. Wilfer ordered us to protect some civilians while he checks nearby for another group of survivors from the city guard. Just hours ago, we found a dying man who claimed that a stronghold was established near the Candle District by a full contingent of guardsmen. I pray that it's true. We've seen such horrors today, and the men are injured and broken. I'm not sure we can muster the will to go on. Gods be with us, Riken Baron. There should be some information about Corinia as well somewhere. Maybe it's in dialogue rather than in text descriptions. But basically, the gist of it is supposed to be that like she barged in somewhere when people were about to be cornered by the Ethereals and basically destroyed everybody on her own. Or at least the bad guys. Suggesting that she is very capable. Okay, so this door would normally open until we get the quest from Corinia. No demons. Okay, let's clear this place out. This tends to be densely packed. I wouldn't be surprised if I get a Nemesis or the Dread here. I'm still not sure what exactly causes the Dread to spawn. Because I know it's not just pure, oh, you've killed a lot of enemies, so the next one you kill is gonna spawn the Dread. Because I had the Dread spawn in a boss fight where there were no ads spawning. Still not done. The moment this guy appears, maybe, is the last wave. Yeah, that's it. Virulent Maw, Scorched Rune Leg Wraps, and there's gonna be a note somewhere in here. Yeah, Niren's Work Log. Per your request, I will be documenting the work logs here. I hope this information is useful in your endeavors. The Black Irons have been as busy as ever with military shipments, but overwhelming requests from the other harbor masters have had us unloading commercial boats as well. It seems the quantity of goods entering the city has doubled in the last few months. We've gone from 2 ships daily to 4 or more. Interestingly enough, a large number of the new ships are coming from Port Valbury. They've been arriving in the early hours of the morning, twice or more weekly. Every one of them is crammed to the gunwale, with crafted goods marked for delivery to Crown Hill, recipient unspecified. Don't know what the fine folk such as yourself need with so many deliveries, but I suppose I'm not paid to ask such questions. Had an incident of insubordination recently, though, when I caught young Orith walking around with a strange crystal, sharp as a blade and green like tarnished copper. I asked him where he had gotten it, and he was naturally mum about it. But threats to his job got through to him right fast. He said he stole it from one of the Crown Hill deliveries. Didn't think nothing of it. I had him put it back where he found it. I saw it fit to discipline him by a half a day's pay, to which he agreed. I don't presume we'll have any more problems from Orith, and I do not recommend further punishment. He's a good lad. Just stupid. That about sums things up for last week. Let me know if this is what you were looking for. I will continue to report on a weekly basis as requested. Niran Lanner. Orith probably didn't make it, because they don't want anybody knowing what's in those crates. I'm not gonna use a portal. Where did I actually use a portal? It was somewhere in here, right? I do actually want to go back there on foot anyway. Or is it faster to run here? Yeah, it's probably faster to run from Crown Hill.
Was the mission a success?
The dogs belong to us.
I always knew I had it in me to tell somebody else to do something heroic. The Mammoth Resistance appreciates everything you've done. The future of this war may well be shaped by your actions this day. Now, if only this was the end of the ethereals here. It's time to cut the heads off this ethereal occupation.
What heads need cutting?
Back before the city fell, we had a council that managed many of the operations in the Steel Cap district. As such, they became valuable targets for the ethereals invading Cairn. Theoden Marcel twisted them in his image, turning the 3 councilmen into lesser shapers of flesh. Together, Oberyn Rain, Syrian Marcan, and Drevin Call now spread the twisted vision of their master. Even if the Fleshworks fall and the Master of Flesh is destroyed, Malmouth will not be truly secure until this corrupted council is destroyed. You'll find them in the chamber of the High Council, on the southern end of Crown Hill, and the old government offices. Will you deal with this threat to our city?
I'll deal with this council. Yeah, so there is Councilman Cole, for whom we had a lore note. And if we go up here, again, it's always loads. There's a chest here. If we talk to Yvonda, I remember I should thank you. Thank you for what you did. I'm glad I could help. I won't forget that you helped me. I think you probably will. Yeah, she even forgot that she placed this chest here. But it's from her. Razin's armor. I think there's always a legendary at least. And now if I go talk to her... Oh, it's you again. Remember, please don't touch me. Please just... I left you some things over there. I'm not sure I remember why, but I think I owe you a favor. So I suppose that's why I left you a chest full of things. She only tells you this after you've already found it yourself. I helped you find your note. Yes, of course. What note? Don't worry about it. Yeah, so she can't even remember to tell you that the chest is there until you found it yourself. And there is our shopkeep. Yeah, one of these becomes an inventor, the other one becomes a shopkeep. Rare goods. Rare indeed. Those are monster infrequents for the ethereals. A blueprint for the slaughter relic, a blueprint for sanctuary. Do we have double rares in here? That is a thick slab of nope. That's fine. Do I need to sell? Not yet. Although I'm here, might as well, right? Since I'm gonna be doing it anyway. I didn't get any double rares, so I don't need to read this shit. Just sell everything. Okay, that's clear. So, before we go into Crown Hill, we have one more location to explore. And it's down here, this little dangly bit. This wasn't here until like quite some time post Forgotten Gods release. I think it was added around the same time as Tomb of the Heretic, maybe? No, it was later. They added a whole bunch of like side areas to several old locations, such as the Colosseum in Twin Falls, or the southern section where, what is his name, Gale Slice or something like that, is in East Marsh. The cathedral where Father Abadoth is in East Marsh, and this is one of those areas that was added in that patch. And in here, well, not specifically in here, but down in a dungeon below this place is a boss that drops an item that until recently had very little use. It was basically promoting vitality-focused Inquisitor, specifically adding vitality conversion and vitality resistance reduction to Word of Pain. I made a build around that. It was bad. Trying to use Word of Pain as your main damage source is not advised, and I did it, so with predictable results. The build was tanky, it just didn't kill bosses fast at all. If you enjoy your, back then it was SR 75 to 76 runs, taking like 10 minutes, be my guest. It was a good meme, I guess. Yeah, above those pages in these destructible containers, that is quite something, isn't it? That is the most literature I've ever found in here in one go. Holy hell. Okay, so that is from 4 different series of notes, that none of which I have completed. Origin of the Slith, I think I found like page 4 maybe. Again, I'm gonna look just in case, but it doesn't highlight properly, does it? I'm looking for just a line that leads all the way here to see which note I'm reading, and it's gonna bring me closer to the other notes of its kind. But I am... oh, there it is. Oh, I have Origins of the Slith, page 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so that's not too bad. There's probably more. Oswald Hargate firmly believed that the Aether could be used to create new life. Convinced that he could supersede the gods, Oswald set out to perform his heinous research in a, to this day, unknown location. Which makes it all the more curious that Kasparov figured out where it was a century after it has happened. Though not much is known about the exact details of his research, the results were quite clear. Calling his creation a slith for its slithering movement and snake-like lower body, Oswald triumphantly announced his findings to the Arcanum Society. The abomination bore the torso of a man and the tail of a snake, though its reptilian snout was unlike either species. Its eyes stared back at you with a hint of human sorrow, though it was clearly a dulled mind with no indication of a human conscience trapped within the slith body. Those attending were shocked by the blatant disregard for the gods and their domain. Following a brief trial, Oswald was charged with endangering society and was imprisoned for the remainder of his life. The specimen was destroyed and its ashes scattered to the winds. With Oswald behind bars and the slith dead, all believed that the nightmare was over, but they were wrong. Yes, slith are now here to stay. Chthonic Heresy, page 3. Where does that throw me? Is it in here? I have Chthonic Heresy, page 2 and 4, but not 1. Faith, my brothers, let your faith shield you, for it is to the Chthonian as salt upon a festering wound. Guard your faith, for it defines you. Abhor the writing of the heretic, for his texts speak of lies and deceit. The strong of faith will be sung as heroes. The weak shall forever be forgotten. Gildam Arcanum, page 2. We have page 1 already. But again, this is like series of, I don't know, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many, but we definitely don't have everything. To reinforce the ingenuity of arcanists, both living and dead, we turn to the works of Master Maven, a prolific arcanist from the Third Age of our glorious empire. Master Maven was able to bend the inherently destructive flows of the Aether to her will in order to manifest a protective barrier around herself. This technique is a stellar example of how the Gildam Arcanum continually strives to break our preconceptions of the Aether, creating entirely new schools of thought within the arcane arts. I believe these lore notes give you a little bit more context not only about the Gildam Arcanum, but several individual skills within the Arcanist tree, which we do not have. That is one of the many things I really love about this game. When you look at the skill trees, they can be a bit frustrating because a lot of the skills are very wordy in terms of like background lore. Sometimes you just want to know what it does in 2 or 3 lines of text and not read a whole bunch of lore to figure out what the skill is supposed to do, right? But the fact that all of these skills have like these descriptions of their background, so like you have the occultist tree, which is littered with skills that reference the 3 witch gods, which are important in the lore. Or you have the Oathkeeper tree, which references Menhir and Vyre and some of the witch gods. Then you have Nightblade, which is full of like former Nightblade masters who have learned various techniques and spread them among future generations. You have the Arcanist. There is no mention of any gods, but almost every spell in the Arcanist tree is named after the Arcanist who invented it, such as Maven's... what is it even called? Fuck. Maven's Sphere of Protection. Yeah. Penalties replicating missile, stuff like that. Interesting that there is no description for Devastation. We don't know who created that one, I guess. Criminal Records, page 2. Bloody Jack. Reckless murderer and known worshipper of Solal, the heathen god. Reports have been received of Bloody Jack's signature murders, a carved throat and witch symbols etched into the left breast, appearing increasingly close to Burwitch. Citizens are advised to avoid traveling alone and to steer clear of forest roads whenever possible. News of sightings or proof of death should be brought before Warden Creek of Burwitch Prison. A reward of 400 royal crowns is offered for the successful capture and delivery of Bloody Jack alive. This is sus as fuck, right? Why do I want him alive? He's a murderer, just kill him. But Warden Creek specifically had some uses for these guys. And some of these criminal records are about people that we actually end up meeting, like enemies. There are some members of Cronley's gang, I believe, in here. There might be Bola the Raven, which is a bounty target among the occultists of... I think they're located in Southern Hollow or something like that. So like you have a whole bunch of enemies that have some background lore in the base game, which is a neat touch. Okay, that was a lot of talking. Let's do some killing now. Oh no, never mind. We have more text to read. Sorry, not sorry. Red Light Misgivings. Wait, wasn't there a lore note up here as well? Yeah, there is one, right? No, there isn't. Just a chest. Okay. Red Light Misgivings. Dear Madame Arnia, you are a wicked shrew, and it is with great pleasure I am writing you this letter. The city was in a panic, and instead of keeping us safe, you lowered the rates to keep your pockets lined with gold. Well, reap what you sow, you ravenous cow. While you were busy counting the money made off our backs, I have taken the girls with me. No longer will we be your doxies. I don't even know what that word means. I don't know if this letter will even reach you. As we left, I could see hateful green flames spreading across the other side of the city. I can only hope the Poxy house is burning down around you as you read this, and the last thing you think of is me taking everything from you. May all the dark gods take you and pass you around until you are nothing more than a bloody, used rag. Meline. That's vicious. I mean the wording. Yeah, sure, leave the bitch, but... Phew. Okay, these are dead. We have a little bit of... This is not a big dungeon, so... We shouldn't spend long here unless we get the Dread, or... I mean, Nemesis won't slow us down, but Dread might. I am not a huge fan of fighting the Dread here, even though this is a decently open area. The issue is the lighting. Its dark pools on the floor might be a bit difficult to see for me. And as I've learned the hard way, it only takes one toe standing in the pool to completely destroy your damage output. And with that, your lifesteal. This is a one-shot chest, so guaranteed legendary. Harbinger of Eternal Suffering. formerly purely occultist set that is now occultist berserker. It's interesting that the game is a little bit inconsistent in terms of who gets how many sets. Every mastery has a 5-piece set that is dedicated to just that one mastery. And it gives you +2 to all skills. And then some masteries have an additional set that is just for that mastery, like Nightblade has... what is it called? The Demon Slayer. Or Oathkeeper has the Stone Guard. Occultist used to have the Harbinger, but now it's Occultist and Berserker. But some masteries don't have a second set like that. They just have the one 5-piece. Speaking of Demon Slayer, hello, Demon Slayer's Life Ender. Surprisingly, despite it supporting only one mastery, apparently one of the best builds in the game. It was in the last top 20 builds before Fangs of Astrakan was released. Wouldn't have thought that it would be so good, given that it builds around Phantasmal Blades, and those... they do good damage, but they don't have good AoE. I would think good AoE would be crucial for Shattered Realm stuff, or Crucible. But apparently, I'm wrong. I know nothing. Tentacles. The wrong type. What did you drop? Corpse Dust? Sure. And in here is gonna be Blagrug. A cute name. Oh, demons. Let me quickly check something real... Okay. Everything is working. I'm gonna open a portal. I'm not expecting trouble, but I've done a lot of running. Wouldn't want to have to redo this. Now, this guy reduces your max health, but I guess I'm getting more health from this, so it doesn't show. Oh, he doesn't reduce your max health anymore. My health is staying the same. Huh. It's an unexpected change. These big fatties have an aura usually that reduces max health when you're near them. So either he doesn't have it, or they've been changed in general. Okay, none of these... oh, this one was reducing my health. So it's just some, not all of them. Okay, that's this final dungeon dealt with. This bits us. Wait, is there a hidden area here? I think there was something. Yeah, it's in here, yeah. Demons? Yes. Ow. Again, 2 rows of debuffs immediately because of Reflective. All of those debuffs are mine. And I didn't want them back. This spits me out here. Basically where we entered, right? More or less. Okay, so that's all of this done. We can now continue from the last Rift Gate of this playthrough. And I need to go to the south first to deal with the... I don't need to go to the south to deal with the council, but I want to go there first too. Not have to come back later. This place used to be super confusing to people because there were places like the Black Iron Docks and the place where the council resides that were... There's one of the vents where the council resides that were just closed off and you didn't know why. There was an additional place in the Fleshworks itself, that is always closed off until ultimate difficulty, I believe. Or there's a quest that you just don't get until you get the ultimate playthrough. So people were super confused, like, what are all these closed places? Why can't I get in there? And getting reputation with the Mammoth Resistance was a bit slow, because you needed them so late, and the Ethereal Vanguard aren't a massive faction. So it required a lot of farming. And sometimes this place also bugged out. That was another problem. Like sometimes you already had the reputation, you got the quest, you came here, and this still said it was locked by a quest. Thankfully we didn't run into it. Now the bosses in here are nothing special, only because of Fort Valbury already existing. Because they are reusing the same mechanic. Though they drop a different item. And a very unique one at that. Well, it was unique until Blue Grook was introduced. Oh, did we even get Blue Grook's weapon? Yeah, we did. Yeah, so Blue Grook's weapon was now changed. It now gives you a bonus to Vitality Bloodfangs. So they want you to be playing this as a Vitality... Well, potentially you don't have to play it as Vitality Runekeeper, but it's one of the options. There's also Harbinger of Souls bonuses, so also Necromancer and Oathkeeper. So like you have options. Vitality Oathkeeper with Berserker, so Vitality Zealot would actually make sense. But if you try to make Vitality Runekeeper, good luck to you. Because that's two masteries that have nothing to do with Vitality damage. And except for the weapon, you don't have any Vitality resistance reduction. At least not naturally. Also, no useful exclusive skills. Until you get, like, I don't know... Leaf Horn, I think, that gives you Vitality resistance reduction on Aura of Censure on Inquisitor. It's either Leaf Horn or Leaf Trophy. Don't remember which one. Okay, over we go. Now it is highly advised that you clear this entire dungeon before you kill the bosses, not after. If you're gonna be clearing all of it, then clear it before. Because once you kill them, they apply a massive buff to everything around them in a huge radius. Which will basically hit a good portion of this dungeon, and now everything is gonna be harder to kill and hit harder. And that buff, in particular, like in here, it's not too bad. In the Shattered Realm, that is a mistake you only make once. If you get to the boss room and you see these three in there, leave them for last, because if you kill them first, all the other bosses are gonna be a nightmare to fight. Because they will get the buff. They gain damage absorption, they gain total damage increase. It's yucky. Ah, here are my debuffs. Return to sender. I can destroy these, maybe? I want my literature. Nope. Starseer's Court. I think I already have that one saved, but I'll check. I also wanted to check in Kernholt if the... Somebody said last time that the orb that you use to upgrade or modify the horn that drops from Baronath will then move to the Kernholt. I want to see where it is, if that's true. Or if it maybe moves the crafting ability to the orb from Noctukari that is already in Kernholt. So this is basically the same fight that you do in Port Valkyrie, but these guys have slightly different attacks. Like the previous ones were like cold, acid, and fire, and there's one that's lightning in here and stuff like that. But they use the same mechanic of the like Grey Sisters eyeball from Titan Quest. And they didn't drop their monster infrequent. Demons! Gimme. Console report to Theodin Marcel. If I remember correctly, well, I'm gonna find out from the lore note, but I think they were like originally human willing collaborators of Theodin before they got possessed. So like, they were pieces of shit. Bloodlust armor. Oh, that's a craftable set. Pierce Solal's Witchfire. Pierce and bleeding resistance reduction to Curse of Frailty. Whirling Death, Piercing Bleeding, Blood Fangs. Chance to be used, Piercing Bleeding. Bloodlust. On crits, it kind of reminds me of a Blood Rager set for Trickster. Yeah, attack converted to health, total speed, max attack speed, max movement speed. Some neat shit. Tragic is the fate of mortals who lose themselves to the carnage, but it is all too often those forsaken individuals that make the most reliable hounds of war. Okay, so our note. Council report. I am pleased to report that despite initial delays, our efforts in Port Valkyrie have paid off and the full measure of our plan is coming to fruition. Reports from a High Advisor von Aldrich indicate that the collection of specimens is now running without interference, and they will be packaged and prepared for your personal needs post-haste. It seems our investment in that vessel was well placed, as you believed it would. Our remaining challenge is moving the specimens through the harbor. I have diverted the deliveries to the Black Iron docks, where closer scrutiny of cargo is less probable due to the frequent military shipments, and the overbearing schedule we've imposed upon the dock workers is keeping them too busy to ask questions. Despite that, we currently have surprisingly little oversight there. However, Vernath of the Port Authority has proven to be a pleasantly simple target. He's a petty and insecure man, traits that make for easy pickings. Through him, we have ordered the harbor masters to issue weekly reports highlighting unusual activity or unexpected arrivals. This allows us to monitor harbor activity more closely and silence any unfortunate leaks of our plans before we are ready to execute the Glorious Dawn. Yeah, so the guy that found the crystal, that is the sort of thing they're talking about. Swiftly dealing with accidents will sow fear and distrust among the dock workers, ensuring that further incidents are avoided. Additionally, work on the great houses of Crown Hill has been proceeding rapidly. As has been quite common among these humans, the wealthy people of the city are conceited, disloyal, and power-hungry. They fight even amongst their own families, with but the slightest provocation. The Council shall continue to encourage such infighting until such a time as we have gained sufficient influence among the city's elite and selected the most susceptible vessels. Respectfully, Councilman in Residence Alberon Rain. Okay, so maybe they weren't willing collaborators. Unless I missed some other lore. Okay, that is the southern section dealt with. Oof, that was a lot of damage from somewhere. I've also realized since last patch, they said they increased the spawn rates of enemies in some sections of Banks of Esterkarn. I'm glad that didn't happen before I finished this character, because this character was probably gonna be the only one that I brought to Fangs very early on. And when I got there, it was very punishing. Like, the enemies weren't numerous, but they were strong. They hit hard, were maneuverable, had lots of AoE disables and stuff like that, and the idea of there being more of them, that would be an unpleasant journey. But now that I know which order you're supposed to do this in, No point going there early unless you're looking for a specific monster infrequent. Luminary Jacket. That is another set that I'm curious what they do with it if they ascend it. Because it kind of overlaps with... maybe it doesn't. It's a dual gun, or implied dual gun, tri-elemental Inquisitor. Inquisitor only. It could slightly overlap with Runekeeper. No, not Runekeeper, Runebinder set. Which is all about the runes, but it also forces you to auto-attack in between with tri-elemental damage. I guess depending on the modifiers, it could just be a full weapon pool skill focused build and ignore any like onslaught stuff. But it would need you to have a base attack somewhere. Because Inquisitor lacks that. Lore notes? No. Give me the... Okay, this one is indestructible. So, down we go. I'm really surprised that we didn't get a Nemesis, so maybe you still do need... Oh, but we already have it now. So it looks like you still need Nemesis with Ethereal Vanguards for any Ethereal Nemesis to spawn here. It doesn't have to be the Ethereal Vanguard one, it can be Valdaran. But you do seem to need it, because I should have gotten one by now. I didn't even notice when I got the Nemesis status, it must have been recent. Oh, I'm out of doggies, didn't even notice. Talking too much. Oh, we have a first marked chest. It's been a while since the first one of this session. How do I get to you? Yeah, this way. Letter to Ronald Marion. I don't know what Marcel thinks he's doing out ousting the council and appointing his cronies to the emptied seats. I cannot imagine a less dignified, more depraved group of individuals has ever served as the leadership of our fine city. What right does he have to return after such long absence, pursuing his own goals in the capital, and begin imposing policy on the high families? It has been the birthright of my family to serve on the city council for 4 generations. I am not about to stand idly by and allow the Marcel family to manipulate the political structure of our city, and I do hope you feel the same. I'll be filing an official complaint directly to the High Council and the Lord Regent's office of Erlan, and I ask that you and your house supports me in refutation of Theoden Marcel's illegitimate claim to power. I have also heard incredibly disturbing rumors about his education at a medical institution there in the capital. These rumors claim he was forced to leave after an egregious misuse of power. If this is true, it may add legitimacy to our claim. In the meantime, I am taking steps to gather opposition against the blatant political ambitions of the Marcel house and plan to contract each of the high houses of Crown Hill individually, seeking their support. Yours is the first I have reached out to, as our families have proven to be staunch allies in the political sea of our fine city. I am well prepared to take any and all action against Marcel and the families of those buffoons he's appointed to the council, and I hope you will stand by me when that day comes. With regards, Frederick Greystone. Ooh, that was lucrative. 2 Bloodbound Totems and Frozen Aster and a number of Ashes of Awakening. Well worth the dynamite. I imagine this will be a fairly good farming system if you know where these chests can spawn. That's gonna be a nice crowdfunding or crowd sourcing thing. Although I guess Grim Tools already tells you many of these locations. So probably no need to scout if Grim Tools has all the data already. It does take something from the community research, I guess, when it's already all available. There's our devotion shrine. I think I'm only missing, like, I already have my devotions completed, obviously, but there's a dread. There we go again. That's the pool. Come here, come here. That's the claw. Yeah. Ooh, that was too slow, I thought, but no. Don't want to take that. Send my hounds to the back. I could have died to that. No, that is not the pool. That's the Sunder. Oh, he cancelled his Sunder. Suddenly he's a he, before I called it a she. Ooh, what was that? I need to make sure I don't lure the dread too far, because there can be those Myrmidons and they would probably heal it to full health again. I don't like fighting that close to the pool. If I dodge behind it, I will eat it. Ow. I need to find a better place. Ah, crap. That lasts a while. I need to be careful now. No, that wasn't the claw. Come here. That's too close to the pool. No, that wasn't it. My nose is itching. Oh, I can lure this away. There you go. That was pretty clean, I must say. That was probably the cleanest one so far. Especially given that it's amped up by a full Ascension Altar. I am getting better. Slowly but steadily. See, now all of you feel like losers compared to the Dread. That is one thing. Fighting the Dread and Celestials kind of devalues the base game content. How can these guys ever put up a fight? I guess that's why they put in the infernal heroes that can just shotgun you for all of your health if you get too close. There's one more thing that I was considering, like, optimizing on this build, and that is the allocation of devotions. Because the thing is, I could improve my application rate of the Elemental Storm from Rowan's Crown if I applied it to the Hounds, but the issue is then I have nowhere to bind Korvac, Eye of Korvac, because I need something that crits. Currently my Curse of Frailty is applying Elemental Storm at 25% chance, which means there can be some downtimes when I'm not having it up on the map. If I put it on the Hounds, it would be up more reliably, but then Eye of Korvac would basically be left unused. Because I do want Tsunami on my main attack, because it has a 0.7 second recharge, so it needs to be on something that's frequent enough. And having Blizzard on my Rip and Tear is better than putting Korvac there. And again, it's a crit-based thing, so I cannot put it on the curse. So it's either Rip and Tear, Feral Cross, or Hellhound. And Hellhounds just don't do enough damage. So it's better on Rip and Tear. So it's kind of stretched thin in terms of the chance to apply this. Maybe if I could put it on Bone Chilling Cry, but that might be actually better. Because this is 32% reduction and this is only 23. Huh. That could be an optimization. Yeah, let's do that. So this goes on Bone Chilling Cry and this goes on Curse of Frailty. It now nerfs the application of this, but I think I can live with that. Alright. Well, gotta update the build link again. What is this? 25th time that I'm doing something like this? It's quite possible it's just incorrect to even have Korvac. Maybe I should have gone for Leviathan and Yugal. But it's nice that there are so many debatable options instead of, oh, this is a fire build, I have to go for Ulzuin's Torch, because that's the only option, really. It's nice to have this. Well, I guess it's not the only option. You could go for Light of Empyrean on a fire build, but few do. Unless you're super desperate for damage reduction. Okay, that's that. Oh, super desperate for damage reduction and also mostly melee, because ranged characters will be usually too far. Did I even kill... I did, right? I did kill Valaxteria. From the Office of Councilman Cole. Let me just check. Yeah, I have killed Valaxteria. Okay. Oh yeah. Myrmidons. No point even fighting anything until Myrmidons are dead. Where is it? From the Office of Councilman Cole. Dear Mr. Rackford, I believe that's the guy that was writing the previous lore note. My lovely new secretary Margaret has brought to my attention the plight of the masses there in our beloved Candle District. Or is it Rackford the representative? Never mind, he's the representative of Candle District, the slums basically. We've seen a letter from him as well. Such a treasure as those historic streets must not go untended, and I truly do feel for those who are forced to live in such squalid conditions. Now, I have done everything in my power, and the power of my prestigious office, to make certain the situation is rectified. The first thing that's going to happen is an envoy of wagons will be dispatched to the Candle District to collect the women and children. Those most vulnerable citizens will be moved to brand new housing here on Crown Hill, where they will live, where they will be cared for. Following that, all able-bodied men will be given the opportunity to work on the construction of a new production facility. With your help, the people of the Candle District will become the foundation of a glorious new Mammoth. I don't expect there will be any issues from your fellow citizens in this matter. I don't expect there will be any issues from your fellow citizens in this matter now, will there? I am, after all, only looking out for the good of the people. Regards, Councilman in Residence, Draven S. Cole. Draven as Whole, more like. Okay, open this. Demons? Demons. More Ashes of Awakening. I need to work on my voice acting. I don't feel like I read it as enough of an asshole as I should have. I mean, I gotta give it to them. They are smart. Intentionally riling up people, trying to steal their families so that they have an easier time capturing them after they start slaughtering everybody else. Now, despite the fact that he's apparently kind of gassed, Ulgrim is around here kicking ass. Yeah, considering the fact that he's throwing phantasmal blades, I'm more and more leaning towards him being Nadan rather than Oleron. We don't know much about Nadan, but we know he's a sneaky assassin type of deity, or the patron of assassins and thieves, which would be right up Ulgrim's alley. Okay, last few enemies on the surface. Still no nemesis, surprisingly. And we have a quest to turn in. So I'm gonna go back to the entrance, which we just opened by destroying these vents. And I'm gonna rift gate back, have a little bit of a chat, sell my stuff. Yes, I'm calling it now my stuff, because I stole it fair and square. And we're gonna unveil Corinia's little secret.
Have the councilmen been vanquished?
Yes, they are no more.
Good. With them gone, Malmuth can begin to heal of the atrocities done to its people. You've done us all a great service.
That is a very nice medal. Chaos Virus Might with total damage modifier. Duration on Ravenous Earth. That is hard to come by. It's usually cooldown reduction, but duration? I think they removed it from most monster infrequents and legendaries, and they baked it into the skill itself. And now they are adding it here. It's gonna be Chaos and Vitality. Now Chaos, Vitality Ravenous Earth is a normal thing. Chaos does have an alternative as well. If you have Fiend's Resolve as an offhand and Soul Catcher as an amulet, you can make Chaos Ravenous Earth. And this gives you Onslaught, total damage modifier as well. That's nice. It could be an interesting Zealot build. Chaos Virus Might, just using your Onslaught stacks for that. I wonder if the total damage modifier affects both Virus Might and Volcanic Stride. Because Volcanic Stride is kind of like a secondary effect, so it's usually not affected by direct skill modifiers to Virus Might. Although that one might actually be an exception, because I think it changes elements if you have conversion. I have some questions. Sure, what do you need? Can you tell me about the initial attack? It began from within the city. It's clear the Ethereals planned and prepared for a long time. The reanimated, dead and flesh-warmed abominations appeared everywhere at once, sowing chaos and overwhelming the guards. They sabotaged the city's inner defenses, but the outside walls they quickly gained control of, and closed off, cutting off escape from the city. They hit the docks next, burning the ships so that nobody could flee by water. It was carnage. They must have spent years preparing and concealing the army they used to overtake the city. There were many reports of missing people in the years before the Grim Dawn, and they must have taken many others, beggars and transients, whose absence would go little noticed. On the day of the Grim Dawn, things unfolded quickly, and it seemed as though the city had fallen within minutes. The resistance formed a few days later, consisting mostly of the surviving city militia and dozens of scrappy volunteers. I wasn't initially in charge, but when our base here in the Steelcap district was overrun, our leaders died, holding off the Ethereals while I led everyone into the sewers. What did you do before the attack? I was a part of the Mammoth Guard, one of the few who had training in the arcane arts. Don't you worry your pretty face, it was Gildam Arcanum sanctioned. I'd show you my official seal, but I seem to have left it in my room, and the boarding house is now a smoldering pile of ash and rubble. It was our duty to keep the peace and hold the city defenses against any invader. Of course, none of us were prepared for an invasion that began from within. My commanding officer vanished shortly before the attack started. I haven't figured out if he fled the city, died in the fighting, or was one of the ethereal possessed. What happens now? We keep on fighting until every last enemy has fallen, or we die trying. Even if we make Malmuth safe, the world beyond will consume us someday. It doesn't end here, but it's a solid start. Your tireless willingness to help these people is commendable. Corinia seems to have a good grasp on where to hurt the enemy the most, though I suspect there is a good reason why that may be. And what would that be? A strange sensation tore at the back of my mind ever since I've arrived. At first I was not sure what the source could be, but over time I have come to realize that it originated from Corinia. She does appear to be an arcanist on the surface, but her mind was clouded to me, her aura strangely familiar. Then I realized the truth. Corinia is an ethereal, one much like myself. How can you be sure? I have never sensed a human with such an unusual mind before. It is not chaotic and wild like that of other humans. It is also extraordinarily protected, even from me. Only an ethereal or the gods themselves could achieve such a feat, and her body is most assuredly human. Corinia is an ethereal. Whether she is our ally, that I cannot say, though her actions thus far appear to be benign in nature. I will speak to her. Does this guy have something to say about Corinia?
Will you and the Black Legion here?
Nope, he doesn't. I thought there were going to be some more details. I also wanted to check, just real quick, if there is an additional Creed note. There should be one more, I think, in here. Could be wrong. I think it might be in one of those crates that I destroyed before he arrived. Why are you still in the sewers? Do you like it in here? Yeah, no lore note. I will reload the game, because I'm gonna need to reload it anyway before I fight Callagadra, which looks like I'm gonna be doing this stream. Yeah, because there's enough time to do that. So I will try to remember to come back here and check.
The removal of the Council from Crown Hill is another major step towards restoring some peace to the people of Malmuth. Thank you for all you've done.
I know what you are.
You're gonna have to be more specific. You know that I'm charming? A fantastic leader? No need to hold back.
Anastasia saw through your disguise.
The ethereal traitor is saying I'm what exactly? Think about that for a second.
Creed protects Anastasia. He can do the same for you.
You don't know that. I've chosen my side. The other ethereals will inflict an eternity of torment upon me if they capture me. If my human comrades learn of what I am, I'll lose my place here as well. Maybe some could accept or tolerate me as a possessed, but they never look at me the same, never let their guard down in my company, and I'm sure some would be all too eager to destroy me. I doubt being openly known as an ethereal possessed would do much to improve my opportunities for romance either. But I suppose Anastasia walks freely among you, the truth exposed for all to see. All the same, I think I'd prefer to remain just good old human Karina for now, if you're willing to keep my secret.
You know, it's very suspicious that you cannot even, you know, your name is Corinia, not Corina, but all right. When we come back here, she's gonna look slightly different. I don't know how long it takes. If I just zip out and go back in again. Does she transform immediately?
The removal of the council from
Nope,
Crown
not
Hill.
yet. Maybe I need to kill the final boss first.
You and the Black Legion here?
Yeah, nothing has changed. Did I need to sell? I probably should while I'm here. Okay, I think I actually want to keep this. I have some plans for that. I don't have any double rare, so I'm not gonna read through any of this. I did want to check if I have the belt ready for awakening. That's the dread helmet again. I'm probably gonna start throwing them away soon unless they're double rare, because they'll start accumulating very quickly. Yeah, this one. I want to check if I have it ready to go. Sell everything. Okay, that's done. I'm pretty sure I have it, but just to be sure. Yeah, I do have it Starseer scored. Okay, so I'm just gonna save the helmet again. And this goes in here. That's kind of fun. Sell that. And let's go to our next objective. With some very creepy audio coming in real soon. I don't know if the music is loud enough that you will hear it, but probably. Unless the music doesn't switch. Yeah, it's not switching. It's playing still the overworld music for Mammoth. I don't know what's changed. Something has bugged out in the audio. I had areas in, what was it, like Forgotten Gods. There's our nemesis. Areas in Forgotten Gods playing music from the Kernhold when I left Kernhold minutes ago. I mean, it's a new release, bugs will happen. I also, while I was farming... Oh, that almost hit me on the head. While I was farming Baronath off stream, I found that there is a bug. I actually ran onto it on stream, but didn't realize exactly what was happening. Because of pets kind of bugging out enemy AI, enemies will sometimes cancel their attack animations. Like they will start one attack and either stop midway through or just something goes wrong. With Baronath, he has a number of attacks where he flies up into the sky and becomes untargetable. And not like untargetable only that you cannot mouse over him, but you can still damage him. He becomes fully immune. My pets won't attack him either. If he starts that animation and then because of pets cancels it, he becomes immune not in the sky, but on the ground. He's gonna be doing other attack animations hitting you and you cannot hit him back. There are our nemesis, immediately two Alexanders back to back. Oh, that was hitting a wall. So the way that that you can solve that problem if you run into it is create some distance between you and Baronath. He has one attack that he only uses when you are at far distance from him, where he will fly into the sky and then land on top of you, or basically where you were, in a big explosion. And because that is an attack that takes him up into the sky and then back onto the ground, it will reset his status and he will be damageable again. Only pet builds will run into it, as far as I can tell. Because pets just make the AI bug out like that. Oh yeah, there's a devotion shrine here that's only here on Ultimates. Do we have more Archmages Alexander? Maybe. Nope. And here in this location is gonna be one of those other places that is sealed off, and people were confused when Ash is released what it's for. And it continues to be locked until Ultimate. Is there here? There is a breakable wall in here somewhere. That's not it. No, I already passed it. Didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. Here it is. Yeah, there's a fleshy growth here, and if you break through it, there's another bunch of chests. And this is the sealed off area that I cannot get into yet, locked by the ethereals. I will have a quest for it, but it can be hard to find. Like, it's super easy to miss, because you have to go back to the Coven of Ugdenbog after you have killed Theoden Marcel, which is not very intuitive at all, right? Why would you be going back there? And it's not even like you will see it from your spawn point in the Coven. You have to run around for a little bit. So, real easy to miss, but it's a super important quest on Ultimate. Baldun's Rifle. Another breakable wall. I really hope I do not spawn the Dread here. I mean, I could prevent it, but I'm not that worried to prevent it entirely. But like, this terrain, it's broken up, so it's hard to find your footing, and it's really dark. So easy to miss the pools. Well, the one pool, I guess. Like, this doesn't interconnect. I did miss a path here, but who cares? I mean, I do, but not gonna go back there. Another hidden area is in here, behind the stairs. And also in here is, if you decided, that is such a random thing, if you decided to, during the completion of the quest for Kasparov, where you were supposed to go to Hargate's Isle and get the formula, if you refuse to give it to him, there will be a crystal here you can interact with, and it will just give you like a little follower pet, just purely cosmetic. But because I gave the notes to Kasparov, it's not here. Reminds me I should go back to Kasparov, because he will have a continuation or a follow-up for that quest for me as well, and give me a different pet instead. So like, you basically just have a cosmetic pet choice as an additional reward. Okay, down we go.
Arrogant human, to think that you could enter my domain, my kingdom, and topple my greatest creation.
I did not even remember he has a voice line here. Theoden Marcel was one of those bosses for the longest time. He had voice lines, but they were so quiet relative to the music, especially in his boss fight, that you would barely ever hear what exactly he's saying, unless you turn the music off entirely, and probably turn the sound effects as well, and only leave dialogue. And after much complaining, they, over a long time, they eventually boosted the audio up and did the same for the next boss that we're going to be fighting right around here.
I underestimated you in Burwich. I will not make that mistake again.
Fleshweaver Creek. He wasn't kidding when he said, "You may destroy my body, but you can never truly kill me." Yeah, he's still here, piece of shit. So that was that. Where is the body? Birthing success, yeah, sure. There should be a corpse here. Why don't I see it? Ah, Katrine's remains. There it is. Katrine was the woman that we rescued from Van Aldrich's cellar in Port Valbury. And if you do free her, she was looking for Alice, her daughter, and she found her, or was looking for her here. Katrine's note to Alice. My precious Alice, I failed you. I have searched as far as my meager body will carry me, and now I am dying. As my path comes to its end, I find my heart is filled with dread. I wish only to hold you one last time, to hear the rhythm of your heart, to see your warm smile, but I know this cannot be. The world has no place for wishes, and hope has left me. But I pray that somehow, beyond reason, you have survived the horrors that wash over this land. Wherever I go, whatever I become, I will search for you, my lovely baby Alice. So now that I have found her, I can now talk to the person in Conclave of the Three, and he will have more information on that. So actually, I'm gonna do that now before it stops being relevant. Destroy the womb. So, the only way to stop this horrific machine and end the women's suffering is to burn it to the ground. And so basically they have... The women that they have collected and captured, they are using them to birth their various ethereal abominations. Which we learn from Creek's lore note here. Birthing success. I am pleased to report that our recent experimentations upon human female specimens have been exceptionally successful. It appears the hosts are far more receptive to our impregnation methods than previously thought. Additionally, younger, more fit specimens have shown incredibly rapid rates of development and recovery. Their bodies are more durable and longer lasting, allowing us to increase the rate and frequency of impregnation, with astonishing results. These specimens have proven capable of hosting 2 or more incipient ovules per womb. We have reduced the required gestation period by half, and due to the longevity of the younger hosts, we believe we may be able to further accelerate the process. I have full confidence that we can make further improvements so long as we maintain a steady supply of specimens. However, with the population rapidly dwindling in Malmöth, it may be time to draw upon our reserves of living subjects from Erlan and beyond. This is where they've been shipping the women from Port Valbury. And it is fucking disgusting. Well done to the writers, because that makes my skin crawl. The wording of it and everything, like the callous calculation is just... I would say chef's kiss if it wasn't so fucking gross. A new consensus. That is what we found at the entrance to the Fleshworks. Our recent setbacks in Homestead and beyond shall not be taken lightly. However, I believe we may bend this unfortunate situation in our favor. We must not wither at the hapless prodding of such feckless creatures. While the humans are blindly focused upon the machinations of the dread god's children, we must take this opportunity to realign our priorities. At the recommendation of Overlord Van Aldrich, I decree a change to our recent consensus. It is then a consensus that the Shaper of Flesh be recalled to Malmöth immediately and allowed to finish his latest work without further interruptions. Progress on the Fleshworks has stalled in his absence. Grave miscalculation. Marcel will be returned to his ruling seat in Malmöth, where his focus will once again be upon concluding the growth of the factory, with him at its heart. This project must not be allowed to suffer any further delays. A shortage of specimens will thusly not be tolerated. All nearby regions are to double collections and begin rerouting all shipments to Malmöth immediately. Adjunct Orin Vostra, 4th of the Circle of 5. So basically Theoden Marcel is like the engine of this factory, basically powering it and making sure everything works. Now in here we need to slay the Guardians of the Sanctum of Flesh. So there are 2 guys, and annoyingly you have to hunt them down every time you want to do a run of this dungeon, of the boss fight. It doesn't stay open. So there is the Rodalgar, the Flesh Collector, is now at least a lucrative thing to farm, because they have added monster frequency to these types of enemies. And as any like boss of a specific monster that has monster frequency, he should have 100% drop rate for it. So these melee spreader and rot regurgitators, those guns, are now easily farmable from these guys. What does the melee spreader do? That is acid, word of renewal, acid reaping strike, acid aura of censure. So an acid apostate gunner. That is not the craziest thing I've ever heard. It's close, but not the craziest. And the bile regurgitator. Oh, there's more of them. There's melee spreader, bile regurgitator, and there's also rot regurgitator. So there's 3 guns. I thought there were only 2. What does this one do? Acid word of renewal, acid... Wait, those are both acid word of renewal. Acid poison, elemental aether conversion. Acid... Oh, this doesn't boost poison. And it gives you piercing and physical conversion, and gives you elemental and aether conversion. Okay. It makes chilling rounds acid. The piercing is converted, the cold is converted. Because of the physical conversion on word of renewal, it will also make exploding rounds fully... Not fully, we don't have fire to acid conversion. So it's not foolproof. It's not complete. And this is supposed to be a acid gun paladin. Cool. So we have a paladin build, a apostate build, and a Veil Walker build. 2 of them involve Necromancer, 2 of them involve Inquisitor. Cute, I like this. So there is a hidden area here, which we break through by just hitting enemies around it as well. Locust Gem, already have that one. And in here, just a sec, I need to check something. Okay, that's working, fine. In here is the most mysterious NPC in the entire game. Or mysterious is probably not the right word. The only NPC, as far as we know, that doesn't have any conclusion. It's possible if I did things in a different order, if I did Pegs of Esterkarn last, maybe he reappears there, but it would be very strange if he does, because Ethereals have no presence there, or basically no presence. Agarond. What a bizarre sight. A free human. Here? Then perhaps we can come to an understanding. You must know that I no longer carry favor with the Ethereal Masters. For my actions against the Master of Flesh, I have been imprisoned here until my final judgment. Spare me my fate, and I shall continue to fight for the survival of the humans. I promise you this. Why are you imprisoned? As I lived within this host, I learned more of your passions, your joys and sorrows. I learned what it was to be human, and I found it fascinating. Others insisted that I quell what you call emotions, but they offered a euphoria that I had never experienced before. This led me to question the methods of my ethereal brethren. While I had the fortune to possess a human of noble and uplifting spirit, it is clear that many of our kind have possessed less virtuous humans, and I see a corruption spreading among many who have led this campaign to conquer your physical realm. Unaccustomed to moderating human emotion and sensations, the vices and flaws inherent in some of your kind have become amplified and driven my brethren beyond ruthless efficiency to depravity and deliberate cruelty. I feel that if I could return to the Aetherhold and convey my experiences, higher powers might intervene and cease this invasion. However, the Master of Flesh and other leaders of the invasion do not want the greater Ethereals to know what is happening here, and will never let me return. Although even if I could return, I do not know if any intervention would come in time to help you. Time and thought seems to pass much more slowly in the Aetherhold. Why can't you simply leave? I've been bound here by the Master of Flesh. The crystal barrier between us keeps me trapped. Open it and I shall be free to escape this place, but know that your mercy will not be forgotten. I actually have one more thing I want to ask him. Why should I believe anything you say? The Master of Flesh thinks of humans as little more than brain-dead accidents. He would never imagine a human coming here willingly, much less prepare a trap for one. I am what you see before you, a traitor to my people who has been found. It won't be long before they come for me and return me to the Aether, where my judgment awaits. Okay, this is the same dialogue. I'm gonna let him go. Yeah, so he does provide valuable information about how the ethereals work. And I think some of that information we also got from Anastasia, and maybe Corinia has some more for us as well. The basic gist of it being that the ethereals think they are basically taking over the human, and basically just piloting a flesh puppet. But what is happening is that the ethereals are being influenced by the human. It has some effect on their mentality. And since they are using human hosts generally that are like power hungry, it seems to like make the possession process easier if they can make suggestions to the host and the host agrees to those suggestions, the possession goes more smoothly. So since they are basically they are picking asshole people to possess, then the ethereals themselves are becoming worse. And we actually saw some of that from Krieg, where in the Krieg lab we found a lore note that was saying like, why are you torturing people? Confine your activities to the task that was appointed to you, or you will be replaced. So like Krieg was kind of off the reservation in terms of what he was doing up in Burbage. The part with him redirecting prisoners and violent criminals to his mansion for conversion, that was not part of the plan. And so people that got possessed that are kinder, like Corinia or Anastasia or this guy, basically form a resistance. And apparently the ethereal masters up in the Aetherhold, which is, I guess, the name for their realm, don't know about this invasion or don't know the full extent of it. After we killed this second guardian, that opens a rift gate back up, if we need it. But I am going to go kill this guy immediately. I do have enough space to collect what I pick up there, because I cannot rift out once I enter. Did you always have that attack, or is that new? This one I remember, but the fire from the ground doesn't ring a bell. If he did have it, he doesn't use it in the Shattered Realm, that's for sure. At least he didn't before, maybe he does now. Bye. Warped Heart of Theoden Marcel of Celestial Wrath. So this is one of a few items that gives you a basic attack, like default attack replacer on an item. For Aether, I use this one on my Krieg Aether Blitz Death Knight, because otherwise you would have to use Aether Cadence, which is possible but takes up a lot of space. Missive to the Master of Flesh. First, I must apologize for my tone in our earlier exchange. The recent experimentations in Malmuth had this circle concerned that you were diverging from the established consensus. We now see that we have erred in our judgment. The circle finds the results of your experimentation upon living tissue to be of the highest interest. If the findings are indeed as promising as you assert, then a new consensus shall be ordained without delay, one that takes these new parameters into consideration in our grand vision. So they do know what's going on. Maybe not all of it. Which brings us to the other matter, which has spurred this communication. The circle has been made aware of stirrings within the Aether that may prove concerning. Great eyes now turn their attention towards this world. If they are made aware of what has transpired here, then all we have created, all we gained, may be in jeopardy. Our grand vision must not be interrupted by cosmic ruminations. Victory is at hand, but we have to claim it. It is prudent that you execute your role without fail, and I trust that we shall experience no further complications. Shaper of Flesh. No further delays shall be tolerated. We can no longer afford to be patient. Adjunct Orin Vostra, 4th of the Circle of 5. I'm not quite clear on who they mean. Either they mean the Chthonians, or possibly they could be referring to Korvac. Though I guess no, that wouldn't make sense. Korvac's attention is already turned to this world, probably because of the witch gods. I mean, technically the witch gods do reside in the Eldritch realm now, but they have followers here, and Korvac would probably want to destroy the followers first. I'm not sure about that, actually. Could be either one, unless there's even worse things coming. I mean, Yugal is coming because of Morgoneth, but I'm not sure the Ethereals would know about that. Armor of Fenris. I still don't have the blueprint for that set either. That was originally gonna be my first build, but then they changed how transformations work. Since they are no longer temporary, Fenris kind of lost its appeal. Now in here, before we leave, there is another important thing. If you run through this Aether Fire, there is an urn. If I pick it up, there's another Shadow Heart. I'm gonna die to this, because I didn't pack the environmental protection potion. That is the 6th sword of this variety, these misspelled Shadow Hearts. Now, if I go back to the surface, has anything changed with Corinia? I still have to turn in the quest, so I have to go there anyway. But I think Corinia should now be not hiding anymore. Yep, looks like it.
Don't make me regret this, human.
Can I ask you something? So long as we are being forward with each other, why did you betray the Ethereals? There are many voices in the Aetherhold, and those of us who joined in the invasion of Cairn are but one faction. I might have betrayed the invading force, but I would not say I have betrayed all Ethereals. The greatest of our kind exist on a timescale beyond human comprehension, and likely are not yet even aware of what has transpired in these last years. Well, the 4th one of the Circle of 5 definitely is aware. But if there are 5 leaders, maybe the others don't know? I think many voices in the Aetherhold would dissent with this invasion if they could witness the reality of what has come to pass. Indeed, things occur so quickly in this material existence, it has been quite difficult to control and cope with the unfolding of events. The unique character, powerful emotions, and drives of our human hosts have been an unexpected challenge, and your kind has deeply affected all of those Ethereals who came here. Some for the worse, some I hope for the better. I was eager to join those leading the invasion, and I still do believe that we Ethereals deserve an opportunity to exist outside the barren confines of the Aetherhold. However, I felt what it is to be human, to live and feel, to love and experience loss. I am fortunate in that my own host, Corinia, was of noble spirit and opened my mind to many new possibilities. We have reached an amenable equilibrium that has made us better than our individual selves. We quickly defected from the leadership of the invasion and forged our own path on the side of humanity. We do not oppose all ethereal kind, but I have come to see that this invasion is ill-conceived, and many of those who lead it have paired with the worst of humankind, and converse to Corinia and I, have forged a partnership which is ultimately depraved and evil. If the greater ethereals of the Aetherhold witness this corruption, I feel like they would take action to expunge it. You seem different from Anastasia. You mean I'm not such a serious bitch all the time? I suppose I found the emotions of joy and pleasure more fascinating. I'm particularly fond of the one you call sarcasm, which this host used to in excess. Your humans managed to all be different. Why should all ethereals be the same? What about the human you possess? What about her? She suffered enough injuries during the Grim Dawn that she would have been as good as dead without me. If you're insinuating that I abandoned this host, then I would kindly tell you to shove it. You don't regain the ability to interact with the physical world and then just give it up. How did you come to possess her? She was a loner, not really fitting in with the rest of her troop. Most humans don't seem too fond of Arcanists. I was summoned here by the Master of Flesh prior to the Grim Dawn in order to infiltrate the Malmuth Guard. Corinia made an easy target. I was somebody who understood her, who could offer her more than she ever imagined. As it turned out, we had more to offer each other than I thought. She opened my eyes to the world of emotions, of humanity. I could not turn on such intriguing creatures after what I experienced. When the Grim Dawn started, I rose to stand beside the humans. My old masters be damned. Fascinating. Creed is basically the last one I need to talk to. What else Anastasia have to say? So another has revealed herself. This turn of events will require some thought. Did you think you were the only one? I suspected that what occurred to me could not have been a unique phenomenon, though I was not certain if others were capable of obscuring themselves from our masters. It appears my suspicions were correct. Have you spoken with Corinia? Yes, we had spoken for a time since her revelation. She approves of aspects of humankind that I find troubling, but our experiences are not entirely mutually exclusive. There should be another one. Okay, no, these are the only lines. And Inquisitor Creed?
Tell me, what happened in the Fleshworks?
The Master of Flesh is no more.
So it is finished then. With the demise of this fiend, a major pedestal in the ethereal hierarchy crumbles. Their forces here will become rudderless. Their collective will be scattered. Malmuth is a great victory for mankind. It will become a symbol of our resilience, that we are not done fighting for our right to exist. And we must keep on fighting, in the name of those who sacrificed their lives for humanity itself. We will never submit.
What's our next move?
We can't afford to underestimate our enemies. There is a real possibility that the Ethereals will retaliate in some way for this loss. We must be prepared. First step will be to exterminate the remaining Ethereal presence and secure Malmuth against a possible attack. Between Fort Icon and Malmuth, we now have major fortifications on both fronts, with access to the coastline and shipbuilding facilities. But every victory costs us lives, while the Ethereals are nigh limitless. Every move we make must be carefully planned.
Agreed. Okay, so I also don't think we got the lore for how the Ethereals even got here. Maybe we got some glimpses of it, but the basic gist of it is that Arcanists more or less brought them in. So yeah, no wonder people are distrusting of Arcanists, like Corinia said, although they don't probably know. They didn't bring them in intentionally, but they were using the Aether realm to draw power from it. And so sometimes they would basically open a portal and an Ethereal could slip through and start wreaking havoc or start possessing the the Arcanist that opened the gate. I think they were also studying them, like they would capture Ethereals or the Ethereal spirits and study their activities and functions, and even learned that temporarily merging with an Ethereal could be beneficial to strengthen the host, which is what happened to us, why we are so badass. But I don't know if that's actually a lore node that's in the game and I just didn't find it, or if it's a hole in the story that I filled with my own ideas. I'm not quite sure anymore. Rivia Hall, that's the woman that sent us to the Fleshworks to find the women. You're back. Does this mean you found my mother and my daughters? I dare not hope that you bring good news. I found the women and children. Where are they? What happened to them? Are they okay? The Ethereals are using them. What? What do you mean? You mean they're alive and those things are using them? Yes, to birth their foul creations. Oh, gods have mercy on us. What are we to do? How can we fight an enemy that uses our own bodies against us? I can't go on knowing they're out there suffering. It's more than I can bear. I've destroyed the factory. So the captives no longer suffer? Thank the gods for you. You've done so much for us, but I fear this is not over. You're probably right. So we got reputation, which doesn't matter, and just some materials. Now, last few things. So firstly, I'm gonna go back to the Covenant, the Conclave of the Three, to talk to the guy that has some information about Alice, the daughter of Katrine from Port Valbury. Because now that we have found the Fleshworks and found Katrine's body, he is actually here and interactable. And we should be somewhere with the Dreek cult. Tell me you're here. Tell me I didn't go here for nothing. His name should be on the map. I don't have to run everywhere. Elaine, it's not her. Where are you? Darian, there you are. I ran right past you. Oh, why are you not... Oh, that's not him. No, that's not him. Yeah, no, that's not him. Where the hell is he then? It was a similar name, but not quite this. The bounty table. Do I really have to look it up? Maybe he's in the Vanguard, but that doesn't sound right either. Or does he spawn in a new session? I'm gonna be starting a new session anyway, because I need to remove the bonuses from the bounty table, from the Ascension Altar before I go fight Callagadra. So okay, I will come back here then. Maybe he just doesn't spawn yet. The other place that I need to go is the Coven of Ugdenbog, because now we get a new quest here. And it's hidden all the way down here with the witch that basically talks no sense. See Rugia. You, Rugia points a finger in your direction despite clearly being blind. You and I must weave a tapestry of change upon this day. Also, she, I believe, is one of the witches that was there when the witch gods punished the Coven for using the Altar of Ratosh to gaze into the Eldritch Realm. And so she was blinded by Dreeg. I think they even said it, probably. Goradia probably told us, and I forgot. Okay, fine. Lay on the crazy. Your mockery matters not. This trend was started long ago. The time has come for it to end. Within the Iron City, the flesh vaults are teeming with uncertainties. Within them, another you beckons. There you must go. Find this other and make yourself whole. How do you know this? Your arrival sent ripples through the strands. Fates cascaded upon the shores of the everlasting dream. In that moment, I felt a presence that was like you, and yet not. I delved deeper into the weave until I discovered this anomaly. The question remains now. Now that you know, do you dare to meet your other? I will seek it out. So we get the quest, The Other You, only available on Ultimate Difficulty, as far as I remember, but definitely the reward is only available on Ultimate Difficulty. So we have to go back into the Fleshworks, which unfortunately we do not have a good rift for, because this one is... Actually, this one could work, because this spits us out here, this throws us back at the entrance, And then from here, it's a shorter way, because I cannot... Once I've descended into the Fleshworks, I cannot climb back up. So I have to run. What are you still doing here? I have to run through this place. Back to the sealed doorway that was up here. I also want to go back to Kasparov to conclude the Hargate Notes story. The quest is already completed, but just one small thing. I also end up exploring this place that I skipped last time. And get some demons as my reward. Thank you. Soul Echoes. Yes, please. Avaris of Androneus. That tended to be a pretty decent leveling amulet, the low-level version of it, because it gives you a ton of resistances. And in here is our other me. Whatever that means.
So precious few moments in your brief lives, and you spend yours chasing after me? I would be flattered if you weren't so pathetic. But you have my curiosity. Tell me, what is my former vessel doing here, in the heart of the enemy?
Yeah, so this is the ethereal that possessed us originally at the start of the game. Why me?
Did you think you were special? That you had some purpose to fulfill, some glorious destiny?
She's super quiet, she's talking,
Just
but...
another weak-minded vessel I made use of as I scoured Devil's Crossing for survivors to harvest. Who knows? You might have served me still, if not for that accursed witch. Really, though, I should consider it a mercy, as I found your mind particularly unpleasant to inhabit. You think yourself the savior of Devil's Crossing? Hardly. By my hand, you became the harbinger of their doom.
I don't care what you say, Devil's Crossing will not fall to you.
And I suppose you, an abandoned vessel, will stop us? Don't make me laugh. I grow tired of these questions. Despite your insignificance, you've managed to be a thorn in our side for too long. And now you've saved me the trouble of finding you.
Many of your kind have already fallen to me.
Well, it's true that you've managed to disrupt our efforts.
She is so quiet. I'm gonna read it, because I'm guessing you can't hear her anyway. While it's true that you've managed to disrupt our efforts in Burwich and spare the Black Legion from a ruthless slaughter, you merely delayed the final stroke. Nothing you've done, no ethereal you think you've killed, will save humanity from its fate. We are infinite, and the old gods that subjugated us have gone from this world. None remain who can oppose us, and those of your kind who do not accept this reality will perish without exception. Why are you doing this?
It's not like a sheep to question its own slaughter. You are but flesh for us to harvest. We have simply returned to take back what is rightfully ours.
Take back what's yours.
At the behest of the gods, we created and nurtured life itself. All this for promises never fulfilled. And when the gods slaughtered one another, again we served. Our reward? Banishment to the Aether. Bodiless and lost, we helplessly threw ourselves against the veil, until the day your greedy species tampered with powers beyond its comprehension. That is the day we found our means of escape.
I'm here to end this.
You, an abandoned vessel, think you're just going to march in here and threaten all that we've created? Don't make me laugh.
Okay, let's fight. The audio balancing in this game could definitely be better. In combat she's loud, but out of it... She basically has the same volume problem that Krieg, the improved version of Krieg, and Theoden Marcel used to have. But those were fixed and she was not. So, as a reward for this quest you get a skill point, so that's why it's such an important quest to do on ultimate difficulty. That skill point is going into Icebound. Improves R and our pets damage, and also improves pet resistances. We don't need the poison and vitality rest, but our pets can use some of it. They can use a lot of it because their resistances suck on purpose. Alostria also now as a monster infrequent. Where was it? I think it's a ring, so it's gonna be tiny. Did she not drop anything? No, there it is. Menacing illustrious signets of alacrity. So it's Endless Rage, Wendigo Totem, and Light and Fighting Form. So Soldier, Shaman, and Berserker option. With... no, the alacrity, the attack speed isn't inherent to the item. That's what I rolled. I'm probably not gonna save this again. It's not... It is single rare. Menacing is a rare prefix. So maybe... I mean, the ring doesn't take much space, so I guess I can keep it. I'm gonna place it next to this. Illustrious orders. By our decree, you are to travel to Malmöth. Expend any resource you require to make the long journey in utmost haste. Once you've arrived, you are to ascertain the progress that has been made under the rule of the Shaper of Flesh. We have reason to believe that his recent actions have diverged from the consensus and now threaten our grand vision. If what we suspect is true, then you are to proceed immediately in returning the Shaper to Erolan and taking his place at the heart of the operation in Malmöth. If, however, we have erred in our suspicions, then report on this miscalculation immediately and ensure that the consensus proceeds as ordained. With their eye falling upon us, again, we don't know what there means. With their eye falling upon us, we must be swift in our actions. No piece of the puzzle must be allowed to contort itself to its own whims. We will not be jeopardized when victory is so close at hand. The fact that they are saying they makes me think it doesn't mean Chthon, at least not Chthon alone, because he is a lone god. He doesn't have supporters in terms of like the grand scale of things. He has his servants, but not anybody the Ethereals would be worried about. So either they mean they as in just gods in general, because multiple gods have started meddling around. Mugdrogen, Ravager, Korvac. Maybe that's what they mean. Because the Ethereals are servants of the gods, or former servants of the gods. So they would be inferior to them in terms of power. Maybe that's what they mean. Adjunct, and it is an adjunct Orin Vostra, fourth of the Circle of Five, so apparently she was not entirely in support of Theoden Marcel, potentially, despite what we read before. Okay, so that's this quest. With that, I am going to quit out, go back to the Conclave of the Three to check on the new guy that's supposed to be there regarding the Alice quest. I'm also going to check in on the lore note that I think I missed in the sewers of Malmöth, and then we're going to fight Callagadra to finish off the stream. Yeah, it seems about the right time to do that, and I do need to quit out because I have the Ascension Altar active and it would make Callagadra harder for 0 actual reward. Ascendant mode doesn't affect it, so that's fine, but Ascension Altar does. So everything in here is done, we don't need to go here, but firstly, the Sewers Rift. I also wanted to go back to Kasparov. Okay, I didn't miss a lore note? I could have sworn there was one extra. I guess not. So, Kasparov, while we're up here. Let me quickly check the stream. Okay, that's fine.
You're here. Splendid. I have some good news. I dare say I may have finally deciphered the mess of notes you brought me from Hargate's laboratory. It may be just the breakthrough we've been looking for.
Great, what is it?
What you see before you is an aether crystal, but not just any crystal. I've attuned it precisely to the specifications within Hargate's notes. Based on what I've uncovered, I may have stumbled upon a way to reverse the energies within the crystal and force it to release all of the tainted energies within. In theory, I should be able to do the same to living tissue. In theory. But let's begin with a simpler experiment, just the crystal itself.
Given how Kasparov's history of experiments has been, absolutely not.
Oops, too late now. It appears the crystal was not as stable as I had hoped. Oh dear, there goes another finger. Are you all right? No matter. Look, the crystal has lost its aether hue and is now a magnificent, stable purple. Perhaps it's not the breakthrough we needed, but it is a step in the, correct trajectory. With more research, and perhaps some gloves, I may be able to reverse ethereal mutations after all.
So now he has only 2 fingers on one hand. Good job. He's taking it in stride, I must say. I guess, you know, he has experience with that. I'm getting really tired of your experiments. So all we get is this cutesy little thing. Where is it? Oh, in here. It hums with strange energy as if something is trying to escape. All it does is you activate it, and there is a little crystal follower. It doesn't do anything, it's just cosmetic. If I throw it away, it doesn't despawn. Shit. How do I get rid of you now? I can't. Oh well, it's gonna be running around with me for the rest of this session. The other place I wanted to go was Conclave of the Three. It will probably despawn once I die, which is very likely since I'm gonna be fighting Callagadra. And again, I do not make the habit of fighting celestial bosses, so it's gonna be a learning experience. Seriously, does he just not spawn here? His name was supposed to start with like G or something. Wasn't this guy? No. Okay, is he bugged out? I'm gonna just alt-tab real quick and find the name of the person again and his location. He's supposed to be in the Conclave of the Three. Grim Dawn Alice. This is something I have googled 3 days in a row now. She's found by Darien from the Cult of Dreeg. Okay, so Grim Dawn Darien. Supposedly he's supposed to be in here, in Conclave of the Three, but this is Darien, but he doesn't have any new voice lines. Okay, maybe I will figure something out if I actually read his dialogue. But if it isn't the talk of the camp, you know who I am? Of course, the Seers of Dreeg have extolled your acts in Burwich, but even those yet to be. That is before they all started rambling on about death and the inevitable darkness that will consume us all. Lura in particular seems to have taken interest in your arrival, but you can take that up with her. If you don't mind, I have a bit more of a personal question to ask. Go ahead. It's about a child, a little girl. Okay, so I probably just skipped through this dialogue the last time. I thought the person looked different than this. I guess not. It's about a child, a little girl. Perhaps in your travels you may have met her and those who now care for her? What is her name? I'm afraid I don't know what her name is. You don't know? You see, I was traveling along the shore north of Port Valbury with a small group from the coven at Stonereach. We sought to regroup with our brothers and sisters fleeing the carnage in the city. We searched for 2 days without luck, but on the third morning we spotted a small boat just off the shore. It appeared to be empty, but I could swear I heard the cries of an infant coming from it. I braved the waters and fixed a line to it, and together we pulled it ashore. And what did you find? The sight we beheld burned my very soul. At first glance it appeared there was nothing but death. Human twisted remains twisted and mangled, laying with other creatures the likes of which I have never seen. But there in the midst of it all was a baby, just as pristine as if her mom had laid her down for an afternoon nap. She couldn't have been more than a couple years old. Now, how the child survived whatever happened in that boat is beyond me, but when I picked her up, she looked up at me with a bright smile and her beautiful green eyes. Green eyes, huh? Some of the others were spooked. They kept going on about how it was impossible such a small child could have survived the carnage, how there was something unnatural about her, but I knew we had to take care of her. In the Cult of Dreek, there are no coincidences. We were intended to find this girl. So I brought her back to the Coven at Stone Reach. The matron agreed to raise her, but I couldn't bear to leave her side. That is until I was summoned here. One does not deny the call of Draelus. I couldn't very well bring an infant here with me, not to this forsaken land. It broke my heart to leave her. I just thought maybe you may have been there. Maybe you have news of her? That may be Alice, Van Aldrich's daughter. You say that her name is Alice. How would you know this? She was taken from her mother in Port Valbury. Oh, that must be her, Alice. Little Alice. What of her mother? Did she survive Valbury? She seeks her child. She went to Malmouth. Well, we know what happened to her. Malmouth is no better place than Valbury these days. She's walking into a death trap. Rick, forgive me. Perhaps I can still do something, but we're so far from Erolan. There's no hope of that, I'm afraid. Okay, so I guess I just completely blanked on this last time. I probably could have talked to him before I even went to Ashes, and I could have sworn his name was supposed to start with G. Like, something like Garion, and it was Darian, or whatever. Alright, so I'm gonna ship everything over. I'm just gonna hide the ring in my stash, and we're gonna try Callagadra. This is gonna go into rings and jewelry. Maybe here. This goes into papers. Everything else goes away. Oh, I also wanted to finish this damn sword. Let's do that first. That's a quick trip. None of these were double rare, so no point saving these. I cannot sell this. Okay, this is the 6th sword. So we have various misspellings of Shadowheart. Interesting that this sword has no real significance in lore. We do know about Blazeheart, which was the sword of... Where is it? The sword of... what is his name? Dravis. We know of Stormheart, which was the sword of Dela Thornsbury. There's no lore for Chillheart, I guess. Maybe that could have been Uroboruk's sword, if he had one, ever. But Shadowheart has no real backstory to it. Okay, so I'm just gonna real quick go to the Black Citadel. And if you have 50 of the tainted meat, which is a lot, I'm actually not sure I have enough. No, I do. If you have 50 tainted meat and all 6 swords, this is part of the secret quest for Fangs. More tainted meat here. We bring it to the altar. Yeah, nothing new there. If you try to offer the strange sword, the altar rejects the blade. It does not burn hot enough and requires a sizable sacrifice. So if you sacrifice 50 tainted meat, the altar changes slightly, burns hotter, visibly. The flames recognize you. They beckon you closer. That's new. Offer the bizarre swords to the flames. The blaze briefly glows hotter than the surface of a star as the blades melt together to become one. Step away from the altar. Now in our inventory, instead of 6 swords, there is but one. Shadowheart. An invaluable companion to any dark urges. Har, har, har. And it is a Chaos Blackwater cocktail with total damage modifier, and increased recharge, and Chaos Leap. Berserker, Occultist, Fabric of Reality, so also potentially Arcanist, and of course Demolitionist. Interesting that it doesn't give +1 to Demolitionist, given that the main attraction of it, I think, would be Blackwater Cocktail. And it has Elemental and Vitality conversion to Chaos. Could be potential for Chaos Vanity's Replicating Missile. You convert the Elemental, you're not converting the Aether. But I think there might be Chaos Conduit for it. I don't remember if PRM has a Chaos Conduit. Okay, so that's that. And next is Callagadra. But one thing that I'm gonna do, I'm gonna actually quit out. Because I noticed that this crystal that's swirling around me is constantly sizzling. And it's annoying. So I'm gonna start again. Throw this crystal away, I don't care about these optional pets. And test ourselves against the final super boss. Well, not the final one, we haven't tried the secret boss of Banks and the secret boss of Forgotten Gods. Well, the secret quest boss of Forgotten Gods. The crate. I could try the crate maybe next session. Next session is gonna be full on like end game testing, Shattered Realm, a bit of Crucible maybe, and I could try the secret bosses. And I'm running the wrong way. And that's basically gonna be it for this character, and so on Friday I will be starting a new one. And that playthrough will be much faster than this, because I'm not gonna be reading through the lore anymore, unless it's lore that I will not have encountered with this character. So I will try to side with Kaiman's Chosen, and I will try to basically make opposite decisions in quests in the expansions, especially in Fangs, because I have no idea what the outcomes are there. I will not be reading through lore notes, and I will also be speed leveling a bit more. Oh, I'm saying a bit more, I wasn't speed leveling at all with this character. I will be doing some speed leveling with the next one, but not the hyper efficient level 94 in 6 hours or anything like that. I don't have the experience with that kind of pathing. But I will be using the leveling set and everything like that. So, I should open a rift gate somewhere nearby, because I don't think this will be a first try kind of ordeal. I should also clear more of this space, because from what I understand of the boss fight, what little I understand of the boss fight, there is a lot of kiting involved to get out of the various tornadoes and stuff. And I don't want to be... Oh, he's spazzing out big. I don't want to be luring in additional enemies, getting sundered, or some of these guys also heal. That is the worst part. Okay, so this is all clear. Let's see how we do. Gonna cost me a very precious resource, which I have only 11 of, so goodbye, Celestial Essence. The surface of the altar is scorched as if by potent magic. It may be dangerous to rouse its potential. You could say that again. Well, hounds are not surviving, but that's not news. My beast colors hounds can't survive either. But they are distracting, that's nice. That hurts. Oh, don't stand in that. So annoying. So is it me, or does the Callagadra looks slightly different than it used to? I don't remember it being this sandy in its visuals. How much damage are we doing? Oh, I stood in that. That was a mistake. It's not terrible. It is hurting. Yeah, but it's definitely not one of those boss fights I can just stand in. Yeah. I tried to... Like, can I fence tag her? No, I cannot. Okay. I need to be more cautious. Usually I'm used to seeing people just stand there and just fight it until it dies, but I don't think this character can. I'm gonna try it one more time. Just face tanking mostly. Avoiding only some of the attacks. I don't have my hounds, so I want to start with them. Okay, now I can. Yeah, no, this doesn't seem like a fight I can tank. Come here. Ooh, what was hitting me there? Seemed like I was out of range. Yeah. I'm surprised that missed me. And there is just constant tornadoes everywhere. I have like no safe space to fight in. I don't even know what's doing damage to me. I'm guessing it's just all the tornadoes that it summons. What is hurting me so much? Like, I'm away from the tornadoes and I'm still taking ticks of damage. Is there some sort of lingering effect on it? That's the Sunder. It's also constantly applying impaired aim and fumble on me, so... Oh, I didn't clear those up top. There's some more of those basilisks, which will heal it if I kill them nearby. That was bad timing on the dodge. Okay, we're past the enrage phase. As in, we are in the enrage phase, I should say. So I have to be more careful, because I'm dealing less damage and taking more. Come here. Out of the tornadoes. I think one of this wing flap that she does, or it does, if it hits something, it summons more tornadoes, which I guess means that the hounds are kind of hurting me because they are taking that hit for me and therefore spawning more shit for me to avoid, if I'm correct, which is possible. I'm not, in fact, quite likely. Again. At least I'm not dying to the shifting sands. That was one thing that used to one-tap some of my characters. Okay, tornadoes are arriving. Get out of that. I shouldn't have jumped there. Oh, too far. Too close to the basilisks. I'm running out of space to fight. That almost killed me. Again, bleeding to something. Come here. Come here. Not like that. It's almost dead. But I am afraid to push my luck too much by standing. Yeah, that would have killed me if I stayed longer. Come here. Further away from the tornadoes, please. Sunder. Ooh, no, don't you dare, don't you dare. Fuck me. You're not making it easy, are you? Too many tornadoes. It's dead. Oof. Okay, that is definitely the least comfortable Celestial fight that I've had. That, I don't know how long that took, but that was definitely at least 5 minutes. Our damage is good, like we are hurting these... Can you stop? Okay. We are definitely hurting these super bosses pretty decently. But the survivability for me to just stand in this shit... I mean, it's possible that... You know, I've seen a lot of the videos fighting this boss before Sunder was introduced. It's possible you can't just stand here anymore. But I haven't kept up to date with this fight. But we can do it. So that means we have done every super boss other than the 2 secret ones from the 2 latest expansions. Based on what time it is, I am going to stop here then. I was thinking about trying crates, but that's gonna be a multi-run affair. And I'm guessing that if I'm gonna be running Shattered Realm, given that I've been killing super bosses, Shattered Realm is probably not gonna be a major challenge. I'll probably just run like full 30 to 36, and if I'm doing that very reliably, there's probably not more point in testing that, so I might spend some time next session also testing the 2 final bosses that I haven't touched. So I guess there's gonna be spoilers for people who want to figure out the secret boss fight of Fangs of Esterkarn for themselves, so I'm gonna leave it for last, so that those people who want to not spoil themselves on that fight can leave and be untouched by... have their eyes unspoiled by my knowledge, I guess. Not that it's my knowledge. Other people figure it out, what you need to do to get to that fight. So yeah, and that's gonna be it for this character, and on Friday we're starting Chaos, Loghor, Vera Raven, Veilwalker. Yeah, alright. So, thank you guys very much for hanging out with me and for watching. Hope you get good loot drops in the meantime, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.